Howdy. Wow. Monday afternoon, huh? Hope you're doing well, 'cause I'm doing... fine. Yeah, I'd say I'm doing fine. Working and helping around the house, 'cause that's part of what I do. Also working on a commission. Wow! A commission a couple of days ago. Wow! I'll be honest with you, some people have really cool characters. Makes me happy that I do commissions like this. What else? The goldenrods are still in bloom, the bees are still buzzing, the moths are arriving late at night while the butterflies are arriving early day. Wasps are pollinating and or hunting. Lots of flies. Pretty flies. Beetles all around. Some of the bees are like iridescent. I don't think I've seen those before. That's interesting. Oh yeah, assassin bugs. A couple of assassin bugs as well. Very spiky, very small. Have arms like mantises. Ooh, ha. Now I'm just mimicking mantises. Those arms are cool as fuck. Doing alright, just eating an omelette. Nice. Then I got reminded of a movie I liked that most people hated. Oh? To share? To share? Touche. That's the word I was thinking of. God damn, I'm at like halfway of the second day. It's definitely a good idea to stream earlier. Is the freezing on your end? Good question. I would have to say yes. For now, yes. Yes? Maybe? Hold on. Double checking. Yeah, it should be on your end. Okie dokie. Water. Very good for me. Very good for you. Drink your water. God, I always have to, like, volume balancing for this damn game. Make it louder than every other game, because this game is so quiet sometimes. Okay, welcome back to the land of the living. Twas the phone, I tell ya. Oh yeah, what movie? You never mentioned what movie. Oh god, why am I freezing so much? Me, myself, not the stream. Brain freezing. Brain stalling. Brain... needs the engine to run a little bit before it's going at full force. Home. Oh yeah, that one. It was very negatively panned, if that's a phrase. That I do remember. I am willing to listen to a second opinion from somebody who did like it. AKA you. While I start the game. Because I gotta start the game. Where did I leave off? Day 2. 25 past noon. Cleaning lady, smoker, split a kilo, palm pants, signatures, heraldic bird. Morale, rest of the armor, money, smokes, track down, clothes, choices, Victims. Find the murder weapon. She also said something about drugs, drug trafficking. An adaptation of the book, The True Meaning of Smack Day. I'm going to assume Smack Day is a word in the book and not an autocorrect mistake.
Welcome to Rivachol.
Announces the rattan man. The remark isn't addressed to you, it's addressed to the lieutenant.
This man looks like trouble. You might not want to get into this right now. Plenty of time later.
Why are you addressing my partner like that?
Don't you welcome to Rivachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist isolationist culture, while your ancestors came to this island a mere 300 years ago.
A word from the book. Is the movie a good adaptation of the book? Actually, honestly, I don't really know much of anything about the movie. Why was it panned so negatively in the first place? Nope. Maybe that's an answer to my question.
Every school of thought and government has failed in the city, but I love it nonetheless. It belongs to me as much as it belongs to you. It's men like you who keep Rivachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this post-war limbo.
So we are in a limbo.
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome to Rivachol. It's a lorry driver thing.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself and behave. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually my job to make sure you behave. I would advise you to remember that.
Silence. The air between them becomes tense. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
No, most didn't even know the book, let alone read it, before the movie came out, and the adaptation didn't really make it popular. I would hazard a guess that it made the book even less known. Well, I think we all learned something here. Smile.
I haven't learned anything I didn't know before.
Lorryman shakes his head with indignation.
The lieutenant exhales and resumes his regular calmness.
Now that that's settled, we have a couple of questions.
Whatever you say, officers.
Waits impassively, cigarette smoldering between his fingers.
He smells of heavy motor oils, and his breath of high tar content cigarettes, probably Astra Whites.
Most thought the humor was mediocre, and the plot was basic. So just absolutely meh. An absolutely meh movie. What are you hauling?
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your ass situation.
Would I like to see images from the book? Yes, absolutely. Pretty sure the art style is kinda pretty different from the movie. How long has this been going on then?
The strike? Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But this here is just the last week or so.
What kind of cargo are you supposed to pick up?
Apples?
Apples.
Yeah, apples. I take it you had other questions?
He's given you the runaround. Let's be honest, you were bested.
Oh boy, my rhetoric is fucking awful. Rhetoric. Something is killing it. Orange bum hat. weird looking. That just means it's the best looking. Oh boy, my rhetoric sucks ass. Art of persuasion. Enjoy rigorous intellectual discourse. For the ideologists, conversationalists would be politicians. That's... I have so many skill points. Why not? Oh yeah, how's my thought cabinet going? This is doing well. This is doing well.
Looking for something? Oh, not much anymore. Apples. Yeah.
He's given you the
Damn it.
runaround. Let's be honest. You were bested.
Okay, I need a total of 10. I can't really level it up any more than what I already... Oh, hold on.
Looking for something?
Got a smoke?
No.
He's got a smoke right there, in his fucking hand. Snatch that shit out of his fat fingers. You need it after listening to his garbage.
Then I'm gonna need the one you're smoking.
Can't have it.
Hand it over, confiscating it as evidence.
Evidence of what? I haven't done anything.
Fuck, I oughta.
But, what, officer?
Looks at you coolly, noxious influence wafting in around him.
Sorry I couldn't be of any help.
As I know smokes make you intelligent, or at least look intelligent. That's the logic. That's the logic this game runs on.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays.
She doesn't sell smokes, right? I don't think she
To
does.
the left of... Look at it, detective. And be ashamed. Until you make it right by legally purchasing that raincoat, I'll make sure you feel guilty every time you see it.
Come on, Volition. Don't be so mean. I mean, I don't really need another point in endurance.
A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall. The bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. It's like looking into a kind of heaven. Your knees are weak.
I'm gonna increase the volume of the game again, because Jesus Christ, his voices are so freaking low.
There, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
This is not a good place for a recovering addict.
Guess not, no.
She looks at the wall of goods behind her, then adjusts her hat.
Good thing you're an unrecovering alcoholic then.
Damn it.
I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But I guess you already know that.
Don't ask, don't look, don't do anything here. Just go away. Get back to work. Know this, you will never finish your alcohol quest if you don't buy beautiful alcohol.
I already have alcohol, you weirdo. Give me the smokes. Unless there's something else. Nah, smokes.
Here you go, mister.
Okay. Bum.
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The 1st Smokes Platoon. 20 brave souls standing in salute, ready to step into fire for you, sir.
Oh, one out of the pack.
You picked the best one. This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you waiting for? Light up. Re-become yourself. Get a load of this rock and roll cop here, people. Johnny Thundercop fishes a cheap lighter out of his pants. With a flick of the thumb, there's fire. A primal satisfaction. Here we go. The lighter's dark green disposable plastic. Safety's off. In your case, the safety is always off.
Dip that bad boy in the flame and breathe in.
Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. A nostalgia for yourself. The man you were in your youth. Johnny Thundercop is back, and he's chill as balls.
Yeah. Killables. Ba 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 ba. I need another point. Point. Beep 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 beep. Whoa. Very slimy. Very slimy looking. Very shiny. That is just a nervous smile. No matter where you look at it, that is a nervous smile. Another creature from the books that are in the movie or in the show from what I remember. The long-eared Kubish is a livestock animal native to the Boobish homeworld and the primary source of food for the Boobish people. That is... Those are just silly guys. They're just some little silly guys. Kubish. Just silly little guys. I love them. I really do. Adorable. Three T's. How idiomatic. Can I actually talk to you about apples now?
Looking for something? Oh, not much anymore. Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
There we are. Sounds like a cover story for me. To me, I mean.
Look, as detective. I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got ancient rights and privileges.
He loses his patience from explaining it. I wouldn't say adorable, but I wonder what it tastes like. I don't know why. I want to say cooked spinach.
Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular, Koiko-picked apples.
Damn, you're not gonna get more out of him on this. He's put up the wall of racism.
You said something about the rights and privileges of lorrymen?
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter, had a royal license and everything. We've tried to hold on to our privileges.
What's a carter?
Someone with a cart. What did you think it was? That's how deep into history our thing reaches. Before machines.
And that's a privilege?
Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient. Very prestigious.
So you're in a kind of union?
Hell no. It's a guild. Invitation only. Unions work for the rich fucks. They're basically the same. Been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit, but you can't replace experience. Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck him right up the ass. Mark my words, generations of practice ain't no laughing matter. Yeah, they're a big deal. Someone
So he
with
was a
cart.
garbage man.
Well, not at all. We are part of a guild and everything, huh? It's very ancient, very prestigious.
So you're in a Carter's Guild.
Goddamn right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit.
Meow meow meow. Meow meow
Trusting
meow.
street thugs with their goods.
Did I actually talk to...
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up? Oh, high-grade narcotic.
Relax. He's merely joking.
And what are you actually hauling?
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits, and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il-Moran market lately.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against...
That's all for now, bye. Did I not even talk to... Did I not talk to Joyce about the drug trafficking? Maybe that was the previous save file. Leafy meat. Leafy meat. That's what they make me think that they would taste like. There's like an item in Don't Starve that is leafy like meat, right?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? The lorries are still stuck at the roundabout. If the police is asking, one of the drivers might admit to it.
No coincidence the lorries are stranded like that, is it?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However,
She pauses, looking at the sea.
this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the trade committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
A cold breath rushes in from the bay, making its way down the alleyways and potholed streets. From Martinez to Jamrock, in the traffic you hear the clinking of glass vials, concealed beneath tarpaulin. Or is it just your teeth chattering in the cold?
You get it from the one thing, you know, the thing that you can't remember the name of, that thing. It's like a man-eating plant, except that the lure is a fake haunch of meat. Haunch? Haunch is a word, right? Fucking misery.
A lot of it. It comes in from large Samaran factories in South Safre, Sigai, and Sinyao. The literage they must get from this terminal alone must be oceanic.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
Okay, made up my mind about the smuggling investigation.
Yes?
We will take this case, roll the drivers, see what it yields.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
Thank you, that's all for now. I just had to actually initiate a task, god damn it. The weird plant also has like a lot of buds with eyeballs, right? I think it just keeps growing them until you actually kill the main plant? Or am I thinking of a different carnivorous plant? carnivorous plant is the other way of saying man-eating plant. Wow. I love the tiles in the courtyard. It's such a shame that it got all busted up by the war. And it didn't get covered by some shitty white linoleum.
Looking for something?
What's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
He takes a long drag on his cigarette.
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector.
Oh, Jesus Christ, you're just the worst.
They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
Jesus Christ, you're still the worst. Now let's,
The man bites his lip and drops the near-finished.
Drugs? They're shit,
You smell of
man.
booze and cigarettes.
I
What's the
don't-
difference
you
between
know
our
where that
narcotics?
shit comes from?
Okay,
They
same
know
thing.
they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow.
Yada yada yada, racist
It's
spiel,
racial
fucking
sabotage,
bullshit.
racial economic sabotage.
He
I
eyes
agree.
you wearily, unsure how to respond. This goes on for about 2 seconds. Then,
Find characters who are meant to be one of, if not, the strongest in their universe, but never had a real on-screen win. Funny. They're just known as the strongest man in the world. But like, no real way of backing that information up. Alright, you got any cool examples to share? Me?
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
Then what are you still hanging around here for? Most other camioneers have left.
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking around at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
there was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
I did see one lorry with the trailer doors open on my way here. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved his country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling in Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
Bad for him, I guess. Let's try and be friendly with him so we can actually spill some information.
It's a fucking travesty is what it is.
If it's not you, then who's running drugs at Terminal B?
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
Who's that?
He's a Samaran guy who likes to pretend he's some kind of businessman. Really, he's just selling his employer stuff. Stuff he stole after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry.
Well, besides Alexandra, since I mentioned them once. Damn, you're right. Immediately, thought about the time she was kind of, sort of fighting Taylor and then died. Like, really puts into question how powerful she really was. Silly. Silly thought. Immortal from Invincible. One of those characters. That's one that has been prominent recently. The only win we see her have is against a no-name supervillain. It's not that big. Meow 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 meow. Beepity poppity boop, beepity poppity boop, beepity poppity boop. Alright, supposedly immortal, but still not much. Huh. She doesn't even win against her clothes because Eidolon... Clothes? Clone because Eidolon kills her. It's just... She didn't get to do much. She didn't really get to do much. Aside from letting us know she is in cahoots with a cauldron. Where did I find him?
Just follow the smell. It smells like apricot and oil when you're nearby.
Uh-huh.
Yes, yes. Where is he?
Looks like I offended your partner
Oh
there.
my god, just hurry up.
Too bad. Sealing's usually a little bit south of here, near the canal. You can't miss him. Just watch yourselves. His tribe are natural liars.
Oh my fucking
It's in their blood.
god.
He's your man, all right. 100.
Yada yada
I
yada.
wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
We need to pay Sealang a visit then.
Guess so.
God, if there's not an option to beat the shit out of you. Hi, Sealang. Sorry we had to bother you because reasons.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin.
I guess her strength was not shown on her physical actions, more on her ability to maintain the whole PRT and how much everybody else respected her. I guess that's the most we get out of her. The Immortal is one of the strongest human characters in Invincible. He's immortal in that he doesn't age and that he can easily be brought back if his body is intact. And he was on the team of one of the world's strongest heroes. But he hasn't had a single on-screen win. We just know he's immortal. What about the rest of the team then?
The name Sealang is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here.
What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer.
They died episode, wow. Killed by Omni-Man, wow. The leader of the team, wow. Asserting dominance by fucking murder. Why did he do that? Why did he murder his friends and colleagues?
From out on the bay, a cool wind gathers. It sweeps into the city, tugging at the textiles hanging around the stand. Some distance away, the sound of a tin can clattering across the street can be heard.
You're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
Makes both hands into finger pistols and fires a few finger pistols in the bear.
You feel a twitch in your index fingers. There's a finger shootout a brewing.
Whipping out. Yeah.
Don't shoot, officer! Have we got an arrest here or just a shakedown?
To start his plan of conquering the world, since that's why he was sent to the Earth to begin with. Oh. So he made a team for the time, and then when he thought, well, I don't have any more use for you, die. An arrest.
Of course, I'll come quietly. But perhaps I could convince you to arrest some of my wares, officer. With your money, maybe?
What's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
He went to Earth to live there briefly to test something and then started to take over. Testing. Okay, I'm going to guess that he was testing the strongest people on the planet to see if it was actually gonna be hard to conquer. How right am I on that? We're looking for a lorry driver who's transporting drugs out of the harbor. He or she is in this traffic jam.
That's so cool. You investigating the local drug trade like some cool narc? But I am not a lorry driver. I am just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
Nope. Damn, alright. 0 out of 10 then. Then what was he doing? And why did he form a team in the first place then? But you are a lorryman. Another driver has identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant who works harder than he does. He's a hater.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm...
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
Oh, you're embarrassed to tell me?
No, I just forgot. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity.
My sources tells me you're the one transporting drugs, or I don't know, that's going on. What do you know about the drug operation at the harbor? He was testing how compatible his Vitrumite... Oh, compatible was Vitrumite, his species DNA is with humans, so he needed to create a life there, and being a hero would best work for him till his son got the powers. Settle in as a force of good, as a hero then, until he had a kid.
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
Viltrumite. Viltrumite. Viltrum. Trum. Might. Vil. Viltrumite.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
No, he wasn't talking about an abstract crowd. It was that crowd. There's more here. He's afraid of this crowd, whoever they are, more than he is of the racist lorry man.
Who are you afraid of, Skilang?
Look, there's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up.
Here we go. There's a tiny bit of truth on the table. Zoom in on it.
Everybody, Skilang, help us out. No one will know it was you.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Is the lady driver the old woman back there? Dazed out strange?
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
He, of course, didn't go through the plan, though, because he got too attached, and since he was unlike other Viltrumite, he actually had empathy, so he couldn't go through it. Empathy for his son? Or... Oh wait, you're talking about the son had empathy, and not Omni-Man, right? Or are we still talking about Omni-Man having some semblance of empathy? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, killing your team does not feel very empathetic? Empathetic? Is that a word? Omni-Man having empathy. Is empathetic the word? Sounds too much like pathetic. That's not nice.
It could be. She was strange. He's not ruling her out.
Yes, it's a word. Damn. Kind of makes it sound like we're calling somebody with empathy pathetic, though. That's rude. Who are these other drivers who talk?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
Okay, we're cool. Now.
All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it.
I'll look around, thanks. I think I already got anything I really wanted from here. It means to have sympathy. Wouldn't that be sympathetic instead of empathetic?
Looking for something?
I know you've been given the run around. Fess up, where's the lady driver?
I don't know what you're talking about.
First, you knew Sealang didn't do it.
He did something. He stole his employer's goods and another lorryman's job. You should be thankful for the tip.
And why are you smirking?
Listen up, fuckwits. You don't scare me. You cops don't run Revachol West. You don't run Martinez. You don't run anything.
Wait, you were asking what sympathetic meant? Or the empathetic? Running back a little bit. Omni-Man having empathy. I question, does he really have empathy? Because killing his whole team doesn't seem very empathetic to me. So now there's two different words, sympathetic and empathetic. Does empathetic mean to have empathy? And sympathetic mean to have sympathy? Because if not, then that is very fucking stupid. Also, my connection. Oh god, did the connection bug out in the middle of the explanation? Please tell me you actually heard what I meant or not during the god-forsaken connection malfunction. Yes, awesome! So who does? The lady driver?
No. He means la puta madre.
Mean fairly similar things. Damn it. Stupid. English. English is stupid.
The name resounds like a bell in the air, a dark gong. You get a bad feeling about it. Looks like the lieutenant has a plan. Let him do this.
Oh-ho.
Yeah, him.
Cross arms and nod.
Then I presume you are familiar with his peonies.
Yeah, they're his little bitches. He's got them all over the unions.
Or it just froze, then I continue where you left off. Huh, okay, that's... You know what, I'm not gonna question how that works. You're probably like a couple of seconds more delayed than before. Maybe? That would make sense, right?
Not just the unions. He has peonies everywhere. Some say he even has them in the RCM. Dirty fucking peonies who'd do anything for him. Multi-ethnic drug addicts.
You're not peonies. You wouldn't be investigating a drug thing if you were.
No, of course not. We are not peonies. But if we were, and one of Madre's drivers were to be stealing from him, then it's a good peony's job to find out who that is.
La puta madre means... a mother that's a whore. And la puta madre is a him. I don't know why he's calling himself a whore mother. Maybe because it sounds cool. Empathetic, showing an ability to understand and share the feelings of another. Sympathetic, feeling, showing or expressing pity and sorrow for someone else's misfortune. Okay, yeah, so empathetic means having empathy, sympathetic means having sympathy. Got it. So I'm just gonna say Omni-Man does not have enough empathy to not kill his team. When did he get the empathy then?
It's not a hard job. It won't take a long time. It won't make Padre Madre angry. But a stupid fucking racist is standing in the way, protecting this fucking thief.
Oh, Padre Madre. Okay, that's a different name.
I'm not scared of you or the mob. I'm under the protection of the Lorryman and Carter's Guild.
You've seen that corpse in the ceramic armor there. Did his shitty little guild protect him?
Nah, you wouldn't just leave him out there if you...
He tries to light a fresh cigarette, but his hands are shaking now. Sentence simply ends.
The lieutenant turns and gives you a barely perceptible nod. I've softened him up as best I could. Now it's on you to finish the job. Be careful. This man's still got some fight in him by the looks of it. It won't be easy to break him.
Half-light. Give me... Oh.
The Jamrock Shuffle. In a way, yes, you are treasure hunting. Most officers from Precinct 41 do what is called the Jamrock Shuffle, cracking open containers. Most of them are from Jamrock or Coal City, the poorest parts of Revachol, that also overlap with the network of royal catacombs called Le Royaume, just beneath the streets. As children, you would all go underground, hoping to find treasure, and come back with a rat's tail or a used needle. That playful curiosity must still be in you. Who knows, maybe one day the Orbe de Montagne, the Holy Scepter, and the Cocaine Skull will all be yours.
Hell yeah. Find better loot in locked containers. Neat. So, what next? 15th Indo Tribe in 2 minutes. What's this? Oh, surprisingly, hold on. Yeah, surprisingly, before he killed his team, but he felt he had to carry out the duty, so instead of being sadistic like other Viltrumites, he tried to kill his team as fast and painless as he could. Okay. Still killing, but at least not sadistically. Yikes. Are all Viltrumites sadistic? Are all Viltrumites just... Ha ha ha, look at this fucking peon that's wriggling around in pain. Let's kill it more. Ha ha ha. Are they all like that? Finger pistols 9mm. You were promised a gun, that much is certain. This is why you became a cop. Yet here you are, loitering around with idle hands, like some sorry-ass loser from the street. Suddenly, you're supposed to be solving cases by, what, like talking to people? How are they going to believe that you can protect yourself and them from savages without a firearm? This ain't right. You need to think around this problem, and you need to snap your fingers at people as you do. Well, obviously. -2 savoir-faire. Snapping doesn't help. Yes, but there is a reason for it. What is that a reason? Where do I even have lungs so long? That's somewhere else. First, I need to tell you 2 things. Very well. Learning cap for endurance raised to 4. I don't need that. Yes. Oh, I need to spend a point for... Oh, shucks. What was... Right, half-light. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do, half-light. Do-do-do-do-do, alcohol, 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 light.
Looking for something?
Alright. Anything but a snake eyes.
Men like this only respect 2 things: strength and fear.
First, the Veltrum Empire is dying, to the point, at the start of the story, there are only 45 pure-blooded Veltrumites. Okay, additional question, what happened?
Time to turn up the volume.
Show me her lorry right fucking now, the lady driver's lorry, where is it?
Fuck you, I told you. I'm not gonna...
There. His voice grows smaller as yours.
What's your name, fuckhead? I'm gonna go on police radio saying this guy told mother to fuck off.
Look, fuck you, man. It's some lorry down there. Green, banged up thing. I don't fucking know who she is.
When did she go away?
I don't know. I don't even know her name. She just rolls with the fleet and acts like a big shot. Some dyke, probably. I haven't even seen her for days.
Where exactly is her lorry?
Past the monument. Down there. The Green Temple. Now, leave me the fuck alone, okay?
A small temple by the monument. Green. Let's get into that lorry.
Wow, the first and only time this Thomas is useful. The little circle bumps whenever it enters a segment of white in the circle. No, wait, that's out of tune now. Alright, forget it.
The 15th Indo tribe. Because there was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised of 8 kids from Forberg and North Jamrock, running from wild dogs in the valley, hiding scents under rocks, and stealing clothes off clotheslines, and sometimes even the copper wiring of phone lines. You may have been one of them. This must be a childhood memory. The 15th Indo tribe was your Indo tribe, set to rule in Cylinder. The rest of the kids are dead now. Car accidents and drug overdoses. Only you remain.
Wow, that is depressing. 10 cents for every green orb clicked. Learning cap for savoir-faire rest to 6. Only you remain. That is just... Wow. Man. Second, Viltrumite DNA sort of overrides the other species they breed with, so they end up more like Viltrumites when they reach a certain age. But they specifically chose humans because they have the highest compatibility, where it overrides 99.9% of the DNA, essentially being a full-blooded Viltrumite. So the reason there aren't that many pure-blooded Viltrumites is because they haven't found a solid enough partner to create pure Viltrumites. They raise their species to be ruthless so they can go to planets to either breed with them or just assimilate them into the Empire to harvest vast resources. Keeping the bloodline alive. Okay. Well, I mean, at least it's not incest, so. The reason why there isn't many pure-blooded Viltrumites is because almost all of them died to virus specifically designed to kill them. Gee, I wonder why somebody would try to kill them. A bold slogan, Humanox, covers the truck. A foreign car, kept in good condition. Also, yay, I do get 10 cents. Ruins full of snow. No one lives here anymore.
This screen found, A to Z, Contemporain, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This must be the one he told us about, unless he was lying.
Try to peek in the window.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of a seat and 2 steering levers.
Try the door handle.
The door is locked. The handle looks shiny, like it's recently replaced. There's no pick in this lock. The owner has put special care into it. It's a recessed design.
And also, before the virus, they killed their people so that they'd end up strong. Before the virus, they would kill their people so that they would end up strong. How does killing... Sorry, are the Viltrumites killing other Viltrumites? How does that... If I'm right on that, then how would that end up making them stronger? How are we going to open this, Kim?
Use the pry bar to smash the window. Open it from the inside.
Really?
This has been hard enough. No need to make it any harder.
Well, alright. Yes, only the strong and ruthless would survive. Well, alright, that's fucking... Only ruthless and strong survive. Stupid, but yeah. Have I not worn these jeans before? Oh,
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something soft yet crinkly.
only the strong and ruthless would survive. And they really didn't think that would cause population prop. Really? Okay, well. At this point, I'm honestly surprised it didn't even think about incest. Found an art account you think I'd be interested in. Link it.
Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar.
Beepity boop. Okay, I'm definitely interested. I will look at it later, or else I will spend way too much time scrolling through it. Thank you very much.
Not familiar in a good way, you might say. There's pain in there somewhere.
Neat. Scary, but sure. Okay, no, the square is just for things I haven't worn yet. I look ridiculous. Do I really not have another pair of pants? Oh, these ones, yeah. I don't have any other pair of shoes, though. Wow. Wow. Shivers and spray the coat. Yeah, I look good.
This screen found A to Z. With a firm grip, you raise the pry bar. A glint of light catching on the tip. Call down the hammer of truth and justice. Release your secrets, Lorry Cabin.
Fuck the police! Smash.
The window shatters, and droplets of glass fly everywhere, shattering over the lorry floor and pavement.
Sato.
Hehe. Says the lieutenant and sticks his hand in the window like a common car thief, and then opens it.
The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals.
Sent an image. For decades, the virus ravaged the Viltrumites. Each year, it would take countless lives, either by succumbing to the virus itself or being murdered in the weakened state caused by surviving the virus. Ah, okay, so the virus made them super weak, and then they were like, yeah, you're weak, dude. We gotta kill you. The death toll grew so high, their bodies formed a ring around the planet Viltrum, making it a monument to the fallen. In the end, they lost 99.9% of the population. The Viltrumites were left on the brink of extinction. A period of unrest followed. The Viltrum leader, Argal, was killed. More on him later. Eventually, a new leader emerged. Grand Regent Thrag was made ruler until Argyll's heir could be located. Do you see where this is going? Wow, they all have fancy mustaches. Is that like a requirement to have very nice looking mustaches? Also, wow, that is an overly effective virus. Jesus. Hostess.
These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye, a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy, with a hint of amberette, wafting through the bitter air of the cabin. The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume, probably Grenade No. 5. The actress is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking past the camera. Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put your finger on whom exactly.
Oh, there's definitely like a check for like knowledge or something. Damn. I don't remember the exact, but I think it was like it's a sign of your allegiance or something. Allegiance to the Viltrumite cause, or something like that. If you don't grow a fancy mustache, you're against us. You will die. Probably not die, but like, probably shunned, maybe?
The actresses and the rare actor all smile you a warm goodbye. A radio transmitter is attached to the dashboard and a toolbox sits under the driver's seat. Looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
It has to be an advanced model to fit so many frequencies next to each other without blending them together.
Why would anyone need so many radio stations?
For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation, with quite a range too.
A 20-kilometer radius at least, perhaps extended by an attachable antenna that's not here right now.
Is there anything we can do with the radio?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
What else is here?
The smell of 1,000 cigarettes, some dead actresses, and a rusty old toolbox under the seat.
Check the pedals.
You wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver. But one odd detail does catch your eye. A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Looks like the driver has glued a piece of sandpaper to the throttle to offer some extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
The movie stars are still smiling from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a pull-out toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals.
Ah, so now I know that they're scattered near the pedals because I actually looked at it. Neat.
A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper. It's an issue of Périphérique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the ULAN frequency system.
By the way, Omni-Man, and by extension the main character, was the secret heir. Wait, so Omni-Man is Grand Regent Thrag's son? Or is Omni-Man Grand Regent Thrag and they're looking for an heir, meaning the main character is the heir? Heir is such a weird word.
These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe it's the hangover, but they give you a headache.
No, Thrag is the replacement son? Hold on. Belgium leader Argal was killed. Grand Regent Thrag was made ruler until Argal's heir could be located. Okay. Right, Argal's was killed. What kind of knife is the guy using to skewer Argal's head? It looks like it has a handle made out of bone. Damn. So, alright, Grand Regent Thrag was someone else. Now they're looking for Argal's real heir. Is this a monarchy? Do they live in a monarchy?
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The pull-out tool slides back into its nest. The rest is as it was. Radio, posters, a trace of motor oil smell under all the cigarettes. You closed the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce?
Sure thing.
Alright, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Seems like something police would do. What do you think of all this, Kim?
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net.
It's a totalitarian monarchy. Is the fact that it's a totalitarian monarchy related to why Argal was killed?
I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks.
Listening in on your calls between you and your station, a worrying prospect.
What about the movie posters? How do they factor into all this?
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
Maybe the trader is some sort of cinephile.
Yes, well...
Unimportant.
Okay, fine. How do you think this is connected to the Union?
We didn't find anything conclusive linking them to the smuggling operation. But somehow, I doubt that Evrard Clare would be oblivious to something like this happening right under his nose. My suggestion is, we use it against the Union in any way we can, to our own ends. It's a slippery hill, but we just might be able to pin them down, indirectly, down the road.
Mm-hmm.
In short, this is a future angle. Possibly a good one.
He was killed because of the period of unrest that was set because of the virus. Was he killed because he wasn't doing enough? And they were really mad at him not doing enough? Will the RCM open an investigation into this?
We should return to the murder case, see what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that.
He stops to think. What are you thinking?
The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
Corruption?
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either.
Okay. Debrief over?
Debrief over. After you.
Yay! Okay, so now we can actually talk to Joyce, I think. Hey, officer. Got a minute? Sure, what's up?
I, saw you poking around in Lady Driver's lorry. She in trouble?
No trouble. She's gonna be fine.
Oh man, that's like a load off my mind. All that stress was messing up my rhymes.
What's the plan with those rhymes anyway?
Oh, you know. Tommy Leham's gonna be a musician. Sprechgesang, but with beats. I've got a lot of free time on the road to hone my craft.
Why Tommy Lom?
Tommy Lam was taken. My real name's Jerry Lafitte. Tommy's way better.
Good luck with that, Tommy. Gotta run.
Yeah, you too. Be safe, detective.
Should I? I should. Gleaming chewing gum wrapper found in the pockets of the laborer jeans. Gives off an ever so faint scent of apricots. Your mouth starts watering.
There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. The surface of another planet, or some ancient temple.
Ancient temple?
Yes, from the height of antiquity. A long, long time ago. Millennia ago. On an island of time you can never return to.
End of summer.
The sun sets into the sea, but the water does not boil. Instead, it turns to liquid gold. For a moment, the world's store of precious metals seems to increase dramatically, and you are rich. There is a movement next to you, the shuffle of a small coat, warm like the evening. But when you turn toward it, there's nothing there.
Back.
Why are you talking to a gum wrapper?
We don't know how much he was doing. He could have possibly been doing the best possible, but in periods of unrest, the best doesn't really matter to people when your friends and family is dying, and your king is perfectly fine. So, anywhere between negligence and... Oh, what's the other word I'm trying to think of? Envy? I don't think envy would be the right word.
Bitter, citrus, sweet. It seems to grow stronger, like a glow, with every breath you take. Until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind your closed eyes. Made of toffee, cream, and distance. You just had to take a dive.
Disdain. Thank you. Good word.
Your heart working overtime, trying to keep up with the panicked synapses firing all over your brain, moving liters of blood through you, panicking. Feels so familiar.
Put the wrapper away. I mean disdain. Spelling sucks. No worries. Apricot chewing gum scented one. The reaction speed is lowered because you're living in the past. Hate that it's not spelled disdain. Disdain. Stain. Like a stain in the glass. Disdain. This stain. Disdain. Wow. Okay, yeah, definitely doesn't sound like a real word anymore. You have found a trace of entity who's been stalking you across the plains. The Gloomstalker, the conglomeration, the shadowy organization behind your downfall. Possibly connected to that dreaded X-something. Granted, it is impossible to determine its true identity, But you can remember where you first smell its treachery. Yes. Use the Tutti Frutti gum wrapper. Reconstruct the day you first breathed in her untrustworthy atoms. God, there's so many thoughts. Should I be... I mean, it's... Oh, but racing at the SIG is so good. Did it actually? Okay, not everything. It's mostly things. Okay, well. One's just nice. This one's really nice. This one's useful. This one's good. This one's nice. I could get rid of this. Fine. Don't know what this does. Very close to Platinum God! On Isaac! You immediately made me think, oh god, I am so far away from actually doing that myself. What are you missing? Book has a roast, a pistol, and a half-naked dame on its cover. On the cover stands a very muscular man surrounded by flames. Very, very different. Oh my. Book about pate. God, it's been so long since I've actually eaten pate. Susie? You don't really understand what it is about, nor does it seem important. Not sure. A book about Boyadera culture promotes freedom and roaming upstream. Book about the future. Government reads your mind using radio technology. Still far from Dead God, but it's still an achievement. Oh yeah, Golden God, then Platinum God, then Dead God, right? Is it like that? Jesus Christ, the naming convention of that series of achievements is stupid. Maniacal backer. You have to be maniacal to actually try to be a bot. Die.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Spoke with the lorryman at the roundabout.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Wait, where exactly are these eyes located?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this.
Damn it.
In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I am sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest. Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
What was that about a bloodbath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Wait, sorry, it's been so long since I actually did any Isaac. What's the difference between Dead and Platinum and Golden? Is it like you achieved everything from base game, everything from DLC, everything from other DLC? Is it like that? Or is it a number of achievements? You have achieved a certain number. You achieved number of base game achievements plus DLC. You've achieved number of achievements from base game, DLC, and other DLC. Is it something like that? Golden God is every item in vanilla, and Platinum God is everything from Afterbirth, and Dead God is everything from Repentance. could you theoretically get Platinum God before Golden God? Is that a possibility?
Since you are sharing, man, this is also the RCM's worst case scenario.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
Tell me again, how are the lynching and the strike connected?
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
Momentary lapse of faith?
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
No, you need everything from Golden God to get everything from Platinum. Okay, so... Okay, my follow-up question was gonna be... Could you get Platinum right after getting Golden? But if that's not the case, then that's not the case. It really, really, really works. Got fucking connection. Hello, hello, hello. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Mina, hamina, 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 hamina. Ba 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 bum. Ba 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 bum ba bum ba ba bum ba ba bum. Do da do. 2-digit numbers of kilobytes per second. I gotta start checking if it's some games that cause this, or if it's all the time that has the ability to cause this. The icon shows green for Grood, or Groovy. I'm gonna believe on it for now. I would say we are currently back. I am still eyeing it suspiciously. Alright, so Golden God and Platinum God and all that are actually well programmed to actually work as good milestones. Got it. Not spaghetti coated. Awesome. Do you need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating.
God fucking damn it, we're on the red again. Ba-ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-bum. Do-li-dum-da-dum, do-li-da-dum-dum. Do-li-da-da-dum, do-li-da-dum-dum. Ra-ba-ra-ba, ra-ba-ra-ba. Rabba 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 ram. Meow 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 meow. Okay, I am half remembering a song now, and I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Meow 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. I might have listened to like an old animation or an old short animated movie. Definitely sounds like something from that. God, my bitrate hits me. Ugh, that's just gonna haunt me for the rest of my days.
They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the Colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
What then?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now.
For now.
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
It will be all of them. The decision is already made.
I have to say, this is not disco.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put,
She grabs hold of the mainsail.
if you don't pin this on someone good, and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
The débardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
Has anybody seen hornet invading a beehive? Now I'm kind of curious as to how that looks like.
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
The muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots. The automatics every 1 or 2 minutes.
As I said, a bloodbath.
Maybe a good bloodletting is just what Martinez needs.
What the fuck are you on about?
Houses drenched in red, blood gushing down Rue de Saint-Cispar. The whole place mopped with a giant red rag. Fresh bullet holes for all the old buildings.
I think the confrontation is inevitable.
It doesn't have to be like this. Nameless, badgeless officer of the citizens' militia. One single, concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
What can you tell me about Crenell?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Also, Downwell. Downwell's the name of a game. Downwell's the name of a really good game. That is tragic.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Thank you.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
Okay. Anything else you got on them?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
Okay, that's good.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ACP, man?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Crenell.
Could you contact the company? Tell them to call them off.
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
Oh boy. You said the deceased assaulted a woman.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
Who did the passing on then?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
What did these teenagers by the canal say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching. Where did it take place? And when?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
And who was this woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor. About a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
You meet her soon enough, you feel.
This colonel, the one who was hanged, did you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive, yes. But I did not know him.
His name was...
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
Tell me about the others first.
One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color, the deceased's?
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face, then shakes her head.
I can't remember.
Hang of regret to her voice.
That's all right, man. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
Indeed. This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Must be hard to force your face to move in a new fashion. If you continue like this, you'll have an aneurysm. Then you'll have to.
Thank God my face is back to normal. Sad, pathetic normal. Where are the remaining 2 mercs now?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
You should show those meatheads exactly how savage you really are.
Still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
Oh! Ah! Can I? May I? Should I? Yeah. Oh, about my clothes. Can I... Oh, that's...
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbour gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise.
Let's go with a roll of 7. Oh my god, straight up a 10. Wow, 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 that could have gone really bad.
The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
One must be the goon in ill-fitting work clothes by the harbor gates, the scab leader.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a border keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
One is probably in a building overlooking the roundabout.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a shortwave at the ship's wheel.
I have another question for you.
I hope I can answer it better.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
There is a brief silence. Seagulls squawk over the bay.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
That's enough for now.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Now can you tell me about these tattoos?
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
Roughly understandable. Not really, but yeah. She reaches over the guard wire and takes the photo, holds it in her hand.
For about half a minute, in silence.
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Stay quiet. Observe the woman's expression.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
She points to one on the photo paper.
I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Like stars in the sky?
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What is the use of this map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
That's very poetic. What travels did the dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this.
Preto, preto, preto. I like made-up words that have that use distinctive accents instead of having like a normal English accent or English American. American English? American English. What's that?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Redefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Inter-Easlary Age.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
In Martinez looking into Krenel, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside, there is a siren. Distant gunshots on the streets of the Jamrock Quarter.
This man is no brother of mine, but this is his service history.
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
Who could tell me more?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
Challenge accepted. I say we do it.
Need the information, even though it's gonna be a really bad idea.
Do what you have to do, detective. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
We will be careful, ma'am.
Well, that's all for the tattoos. Thank you for your help.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Well, that's pretty much all. Thank you.
Finger pistols, 9mm. Snap, snap, baby. Turns out guns aren't that much for protecting as they are for attacking people. If you want to protect people, really work for them, you have to whip out your signature dual 9mm Villiers finger pistols. Who needs real guns anyway? That conversation you just had? It would have gone better had you snapped those bad boys at them. Note, 9mm dual finger pistols do not count for an actual weapon in a gunfight.
Ah, come on. They would be cool anyways. +1 reaction speed. Safeties. Always off. Empty hand slots give suggestion +1. Oh, sick. Oh, sick. What else? I don't really... I could. Do I really want to be weirdly capitalist? I don't want to be weirdly capitalistic. I want to know where this thing came from? Or where will it go? So I guess it makes sense that getting rid of one of these costs a skill point. It'd be like unlocking a new one. Do I... boom. Fuck it, dude. Do I? I mean, the plus and the minus of reaction speed cancel each other out. I am kind of curious as to what this is. Sure, for now. So I got all the information I'm gonna get out of Joyce, and probably all the information I can get from... Or should I try and talk to a rat. Might not be a bad idea. I don't know what I'm thinking.
Every snowflake is like a little gift from the sky.
She shivers as one falls on her nose. Who's that?
Oh, that's Auntie Billy. She's nice if a bit distressed.
He's your aunt?
No, sir. She's a working woman who comes to look at the books a lot.
Why is she distressed?
I think she is a bad husband. Not very nice or helpful.
What is romance?
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man.
She smiles at the thought, perhaps imagining herself in that situation.
Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
What about when both of the men are bad?
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
What if it's written really well?
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
Hey, nice. Or maybe she wants a lady. Who knows? What about a poor man getting a rich lady?
It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something.
I see.
Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
What about when everyone is poor?
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Thinking about romance books nowadays, that notion is wrong. Yeah. Romance novels have to be romantic and dramatic to sell. Sometimes you have to write about real things.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
What about a book where the man and lady business doesn't work out at all?
I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
You think she has one about an excruciatingly painful breakup?
I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though.
No, think about it. One where they plunge into a torrid spiral of pain and recrimination. Only it's really long and drawn out. Scarred for life. I'm not gonna say that's okay. Did I say that's okay? I'm gonna... Nah, I mean that a book wouldn't sell if both men are bad. You're absolutely correct. Oh my god, that would... Yeah, that is definitely a solid fucking novel. Did I sell this? I'm gonna be a fucking weirdo.
No, I don't know.
He looks at you with puzzlement.
You can take this. Blossom like a pain flower.
Lots of books are like that. Literature is beautiful. Literature. Literature is beautiful. Especially from book talk. Book talk. A portmanteau between book and TikTok. I am assuming that... Yeah, space book of space book of TikTok. Sure, that's what the sentence says. That immediately does not give me hope. Makes me think that it's not gonna be good. And it drags on for years and years with no resolution in sight. We are just dumping all our fucking problems onto a 10-year-old.
The girl is at a loss for words.
Not a very good place. Anybody trying to seem like an intellectual on TikTok? Seem like an intellectual on TikTok. is very much a sign that they're probably not. Unless they're like... Okay, maybe that's way too broad of a statement, but like... Definitely a breeding ground of misinformation and people who think they're hot shit and not actually shit at all. Just shit. Each of you filling with resentment and bitterness for having ruined each other's lives.
She shifts and sways on her feet, looking confused and uncomfortable.
God, why am I doing this? Each of you tearing at the other's innards, leaving a gaping emptiness, a vacuum heart that still hurts ceaselessly. Not because the books are bad, I don't know if they are, but because most of the books they recommend on the romance side is just smart and horn, and they try to recommend it to everyone who wants to get into reading. That's... That's a completely different category. That's erotic, not romance. Erotic romance, maybe, if it interlaps, but not romance. Definitely not rom-com.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know how to help you.
This is hilarious. I tore my own heart out in front of a child, and now I suffer the consequences. They call it dark romance and spicy. It's erotic. Just say erotic. Don't. Dark romance. What the Dark romance would be if it gets gory or really fucking toxic. Or like evil vampires. Spicy is what like old women call it. Wait, do they call the erotic ones dark romance? What? Oh, yeah, I can see that. I can see how that would happen. Still, fucking, ugh. Ugh, I say. Spicy is something old ladies tell it to each other if they want to be cheeky, instead of saying erotic. No, I mean a lot of them hard dev topics. Have dark topics. The erotic ones? Or just romance novels in themselves? I'm beyond help, right? Oh my god, I am such a fucking weirdo. Oh no.
Sir, sorry, sir. I'm still little. I can't...
It's time to leave it be. You're about to make a child cry. Are you proud of yourself?
Not a single shred of pride remains in me? Right, activate denial mode. Damn right I am, proud as a lion of server. Don't worry, little girl, got a bit carried away there. Let's back up out of this. Oh god. Okay, do I go full in the fucking dipshit Mackenzie route or... No, I can't. My own volition denies me this. He nods enthusiastically, obviously relieved. That's enough romance for me. I have other questions.
Maybe some about other books?
The books I recommend. They just... Okay, huh. See, now I'm wondering why they mostly recommend, quote, dark romance, unquote, and spicy, quote unquote, novels. Is that because it's what they would get them the most views? Or is it because there aren't that many romance novels that don't include that? Which one is it? The self-interest of the TikToker or the lack of the material? These lanterns. Whole field? What is up with these lanterns? They're interesting. You can stop calling me sir. I'm but a working man.
No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to refrain from it. It's already tiring enough to remember to say it all the time. It's nice of you to say I could stop, though.
Okay, yeah. When the next person comes, you'd have to sir or ma'am them again.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bye. See you around, Nanette. No, investigation. The murder comes first. Oh, right, I unlocked this door. Nice.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
No, it's because they're weird and have no self-control. The TikTokers or the book authors?
An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
This is the police. Please, open the door.
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
Andro Orlando Hair.
You ring the doorbell, but no one answers. Just seeing the words Andro Orlando gets your hackles up. Its very existence is a threat to your masculinity, to say nothing of your hair.
Jesus Christ, calm down, Half-Light. The TikTokers who made a community around spicy books. They're just a smut club at that point. It's just a club centered around sharing smut. Your screen is doing the colored thing. Huh. Okay, 1 sounds like a cool effect. 2 sounds like a really inconvenient effect. And honestly, I hope it's monitor related and not computer related. Also don't like being called out for it. It's not smut, it's mature adult-oriented novels. Or something like that. Calling it by another name. Pornography called by another name is still gonna be pornography. Ultimate Tips Boxing for young athletes and gym.
All you hear is static, but no one answers the call.
24-hour window.
You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens.
MS Fashion Atelier.
You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. No one answers the call.
You expect the slug cat hair thing to have changed. Slug cat hair thing? Also change? I say as I'm increasingly craning my head to the left. In question? Oh god, my neck. Okay, don't do that. Labron's taxidermy? Taxidermy.
Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore.
Gills, I mean. You mean like coloring in the blue parts? Before it spritzes? Yeah, sure. Spritzes out into the pink? Maybe if I was going for accuracy, but in a small shape like that, small, very cartoony, that the pink frills, only pink frills works fine. Otherwise, I would have like actually gone in with extra shading and stuff, and that kind of defeats the point of silly little slugcat drawing. Slipstream, SCA, what does SCA mean?
You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything.
Oh, the blue is yellowish orange color, but the pink is the same. Right, because of your inverted colors. I think. Wait, really? Pink turning to pink. Huh. That's... Huh. Is it not fully inverting and just modifying him? Oh shit, hold on. I don't know if it... Time passes when I'm in these things. Go, give me a second.
You can almost hear them breathe.
Hello? Anyone there?
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric.
This is a woman's voice, crackling and fragile through the static.
Have you come to place an order?
Wait, but what happened to Slipstream SCA? There's no Tricentennial Electrics on the list.
Who is this? I've been inside this building, but I didn't see anyone from Tricentennial Electric. This place is deserted. Stream broken, fuck.
Oh my god.
How so? It definitely looks fine from my end. Or do you mean by, connection-wise? Well, the bitrate has been fine as well. How else can it be broken?
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
Sorry?
It's you. Oh my god. I didn't think I would hear your voice.
It's a woman, and she knows you. Your heart beats faster. She must be mistaking you for someone else. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Yes, it's me. Here I am again, crawling back into your life.
Michelle, just please.
She stops and you can hear her breathe heavily, her breath distorted by ancient static.
Sounds like a ghost. Wind blows through your clothes and you feel detached from your surroundings. Inside the building, a cold memory hangs.
Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
Of course I care, baby. It's just that I've been going through some tough shit.
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
I don't know if that was me or you. Probably you. Everything seemed fine on my end, unless it was audio? Because I'm not actually hearing how the stream's audio is doing, otherwise I would have like a feedback loop of me talking to myself, not me... Actually, you know what? That's... Self, not me. Actually, you know what? Eebity bobbity boop. Eebity bobbity boop. Eebity bobbity boop. Eebity bobbity boop. Wow 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 wow. Okay, now I'm actually trying to think if I could make an infinite... Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, now I'm actually trying to think if I could make an infinite... Oh, wait, hold on. An infinite loop of my own voice. How would that work? Maybe for another time. Yeah, no, it must have been for you. For me, everything looked fine. What was it? Alright, this lady.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally forget.
Forget about what?
She sounds like she's about to cry. The cold is deep under your skin, as if you were talking to someone who's 100 years away. Somewhere inside the building, water is flooding the cellar floor.
Okay, what do you mean by that, Shivers? Please don't cry.
She doesn't answer.
You said it was nice. What's so nice about forgetting?
Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay.
What just happened?
Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent call box.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
Alright, goodbye then.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read.
I can try it again with my volition. Give it a little pause, because I want to experiment something, because you just gave me that curiosity. Oh god, Photoshop takes a billion years to actually open. Meow 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 meow. Actually, you know what? I should. Now I want to test how. What tempo do I use in order for my chanting to sync up with the delayed stream's tempo? No, not that. Where is it? Green Green bean. Maybe light. Mike. Image. Bird. Huh. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Why are rivulets frills on your end pink, while here it's purple? I mean, green. Purple? Wow. It's green. Beep, pop. Beep, pop. Beep, pop. Beep, 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 bom, beep, bom, beep, bom, beep, bom, beep, wee, 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 bom, beep, bom, beep, bom, beep, bom, beep, wee, 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 wee. Shown you my inverted colors aren't similar to true inversions. Like black and white don't invert. Really? Damn, sorry, my memory is fucking shit then. So that means not only do black and white not invert, but pink as well. God, that's weird. Good God, one of these things gave me extra volition.
small
well.
call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies. No, hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more hysteric emotions. Forget it. Find something else to do.
Oh, come on, man.
Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident. Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you. You're going to just stand there and take it from a doorbell?
No, I'll show you how a gentleman treats a doorbell. Chris, the doorbell. What? Half-light, what?
Like a cat's whiskers, your moustache feels it first, followed by your lips. The corroded metal of the intercom, cold, unattainable. Now you're kissing the doorbell. The doorbell remains silent. When was the last time you kissed?
Damn, good question.
That's unsanitary.
It probably is. You still the pinball.
Silence. No one answers your call.
Empty card?
This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Should I? I'm like really fucking curious. I shouldn't. Maybe. Fuck it. Volition. I've already taken a beating from being embarrassing in front of a kid. Wow, that's... Oh, kissing it actually helped. It was hard, though, because the way I had to do it, but I sent an image. Beepity boppity... Oh! Oh! Oh, that is so fucking pretty! Oh, I love these colors! It's... Wow! So weird! Oh my gosh, I'm definitely gonna show this open. Bee-dee-bee-ba-doo. Bee-dee-bee-ba-doo. Hehe. Like, that's definitely... Oh, hold on. Like, that's definitely not a full-on inversion, as in complete opposite. Oh, man, that... Oranges turning into blue. Blues turning into... yellows. Reds turning to purples. Dark purples. Okay, now I'm just trying to think of how... What's the degree of color shift? But also, why is pink not affected? Maybe it's just... certain colors get affected in different ways. Boy, that's a mystery.
No,
Oh, god damn it.
hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more hysteric
Meow, meow, meow. Can I even... Can't. Great. Fantastic. Bottle of rum has been knocked over. Beautiful, dark liquid, spilling electrochemistry. Shut up.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's
Not now.
almost
Not now, man.
Oh, excuse me.
Shut up. God. Just wanted the 10 cents, man.
Let me handle this.
The woman says to the crowd in the mess hall before turning to you.
You seem a little different today. Less hospitable.
You are far from home, Lieutenant. This isn't a district known for its love of self-proclaimed militiamen.
I
mean no trouble. I'm here to do my job, that's all.
Not a muscle moves in her face, but her eyes trace yours, stern and perceptive.
You are looking for Titus Hardy, who you think has information on a murder the RCM is investigating. You want to interview him.
He points to the man standing in the middle of the room.
That's Titus. Talk to him, but know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming, nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her. Could this be the Miss Beaufort that Easy Leo mentioned? The one Mr. Everard sent to law school?
Very good, logic. Very good. Sent another image. Sent another... Wow. So blue. Oh my god, that is so freaking blue. I mean, there is a massive presence of orange in the screen right now, but wow. God, that's so blue. God, I love it. And because I can't help myself. Oh. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. Question. How does it look now that I have the image you sent me? Can you take a screen cap of this now and send it to me? Do the colors go back to normal, or do we get a new set of colors? This is what you normally see, but sure. Thank you. I'm just looking between the game and the image, thinking, is there a way I can recreate this sort of effect? The greens though. The greens only get a tinge more bluer. I just noticed that the green of the bubbleweed that Rivulet is holding also remains a pretty same color or similar. Yep, those truly are the same colors. Thank you for humoring me. That's the word. Humoring. Wait. But you have to admit, it would have been fucking wild if the colors were completely different. My mind immediately thought, can I change the game's color through OBS to maybe match those? Is that even a possibility? Can I fuck around with... Only happens with a select few streams, and I don't know why. Has it happened often on my stream? Yeah. Yeah. Logic doesn't change much besides blue, brown and blue swapping. From your end, or before me messing around with it, or after? God, I'm so fucking happy I can actually do this. Before. Huh. Well, the brown is very orange-y in nature. Same reason why the green cabinets to the right remained greenish, but turned more blue-like. Also, huh? Hello. Hi, thanks. Habutawe. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. We're just talking and messing around with the colors right now, but it is super fun. Meow, 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 yeah, la, 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 la. I will think about it. Thank you very much. Happens specifically when I'm in the middle of swapping between swapping between desktop 1 and 2. Okay, that's... Yeah, that can definitely mess up with some things. Like your monitor is trying to adjust to things. Like having a little hiccup. Like that saying that whenever you have a hiccup, your heart stops for a microsecond. The heart of the monitor stops for a microsecond and has a mix-up. Just stream, nothing else. Okay, that is double weird then. Wait, did I finish my thought on the green cabinets? The orange that you can see... Okay, you can't see the orange on the cabinets, because there is some orange shading on the cabinets turning blue, because orange turns blue and blue turns yellowish on your end. And it's... Beep and boop. Beep and boop. God, this place is so fucking orange. Boop. I need to mess up with OBS on my off time. I can't just... No. It has only been 3 hours in-game. I am Really not advancing a lot in this game, am I? Most places are orange or blue tinted. Blue tinted for coldness, orange tinted for warmness. This is a warm and familiar place from the outside where it's snowing like hell. Also, give me 2 seconds. I keep forgetting names of things. Okay, the name of things. It's not exactly inverting colors. Because if it's fully inverting... Or maybe... or is it... Okay, no, okay, forget it. I forget you and both me have to forget about this for a minute. I mean, this specific thing. Otherwise, I'm gonna be here experimenting with colors for the rest of the stream, and I'm just gonna leave Lizzie hanging. Not literally hanging like the guy from outside. Just hanging here. But God, the temptation to try to fuck around with it is very strong.
Obviously, I'm a lawyer, a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. I would urge you to consider what you say to my clients.
Are you Lizzie Elizabeth Miss Beaufort?
I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries and focusing on why you are actually here. Titus Hardy.
Even though she has excellent control over herself, something moved behind her eyes, in the way she stands, in her face.
Leo told me about you. He likes to talk a lot.
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question these men.
What if I want to talk to you on Titus?
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
She is a brick wall on composure. I am not getting anything out of here. She has a lawyer's degree. Titus, you were told to keep a low profile. It's a bowl. Spit in it. Reeking of tobacco. See a hawthorn bushes outside.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
Perception. Heroic. Not... Squint.
There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside.
I don't have anything good on perception. Okay. Not a time yet. Titus! How's it going?
This is where you say your bit.
Oh, this is another brick man. Broad-shouldered man points at you with a beer can.
He and his men carry themselves like giants. You'll need to prove your mettle to be taken seriously.
We'll have a picture of an example from another streamer. Do share. Do share. Still sounds like touche. God, English sucks.
Detective.
Lieutenant acknowledges you with a sharp note. He's leaving it to you.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We're looking for Titus Hardy.
We need to talk about the man hanged out back.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that one.
You sure took your time, huh? Waited for him to get real ripe and pretty for you.
I wonder why the chat message from Habu Dawai early on, the word Discord is spaced out so much. Is that another word that Twitch immediately flags as a bot word? Some streamers block it. Understandable.
Oh, he was a real pretty boy. Hanging up there, letting out that pretty boy smell.
I can't for the life of me understand why you did it. I mean, I would have just left him up there. You must really like cleaning up other people's shit.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
Questions? To hell with that. Get right up in the big dick's face. Physical confrontation.
My physical instrument is pretty big. How about the room first?
No. I's here. You got business with my boys. You got business with me.
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy boys, you fuck with Titus Hardy!
Shouts the scrawny rat-faced man, 2 teeth missing in the front.
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Says the 40-something man from the corner with a plectrum hanging from his neck.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
A blonde man in his 30s agrees.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
You notice gang tattoos. The man must be either Mesk or Sarmaresian.
Yeah, you're not even being fucked, Dennis.
That guy in the middle lets out a little chuckle.
Easy, fellas. We got company. Let's see what brings the cop around.
Alright, that was a pretty decent way of looking at everybody, even if Titus says no.
Too late. You already scanned the room. You got a pretty good picture.
Picture of what?
Of the actors here. You could take another look at the tracks in the mud on the crime scene. Compare it to these guys.
Not a bad idea. Take an aggressive step closer because physical instrument told me so. Do I have a... Yeah,
The room is silent. The leader does not flinch. Get further in there. Escalate.
Tilt your head from side to side, cracking your neck. This is not gonna end well.
What the fuck is this? You wanna fuck with me?
Open and close your fist.
He hunches forward. His right hand starts tapping a quick little rhythm on his thigh. Tap, tap, tap. This guy's tough. Get the eye twitch going. You need to look scary. What do you think you're doing? You hear, but his mouth isn't moving. It's the tension in his shoulders speaking.
What are you doing?
I can do this all night long. His clenched fists say, their knuckles turning white. I'm young. You're 50,000 years old. Do not explain or defend yourself. Attack.
With all the abuse I've taken, I'm still walking, talking, and ready to get into this fight. I'm tough shit.
No, you're not. You're frail and your nerves are frayed. Old sadness weighs you down. He refuses to budge. You failed here. A weakness is a weakness, not a strength. Time to speak now. With words.
Damn it. Oh, shit. Oh yeah, still waiting on the image of other streamers getting their colors shifted? Shifted. Shifty colors. I'm going to recreate it off stream so you don't actually spend too long on stream doing color theory bullshit. Ah! Mine is still reeling on that.
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny, but my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Thank you. It is just a stream image, huh? That is... Okay, first of all, cute. Cute art style. Second. It's orange and blues. It's primarily orange and blues. Give me 2 seconds. Ah, damn it, the curtains are really off screen. Ah, but they... Okay, they still contain a semblance of... Very much a semblance of orange. They can... What about the... yeah. I guess the pink doesn't have that much of an orange tint to it. Maybe that's why it wasn't affected so much. Or at all. Greens aren't affected. Greens aren't affected. No, not even the anti-rivulets frills were affected. But why streams only? Why not not by much? Oh, green is affected to make slightly darker, but not by much. Or it might be my eyes. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing the green get darker. At least not rivulet or mini rivulets green. The other greens on screen are getting darker, but because the shading on them is turning more blue. Other than that, no, I don't think I see it. It's orange and blue. It's orange and blue. Cyan. Is it more cyan or blue? Oh, ah, color theory, color theory. Wow, 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 wow. Why is there a container built around the dead? No, that's obvious. They're dock workers. They got it from there. I'm not gonna make myself sound like an idiot. You're involved somehow. Just don't have the proof yet.
Well, maybe you should just fuck off then.
What are you doing, officer? We had enough questions to keep this going.
Sorry.
You should have kept pushing if you had something.
Incriminating. Now
Right. We've spoken to the head of the union.
Evrard?
Yeah.
And what did he tell you? That we killed him? That we took a cargo belt from the harbor, went out back, and used it to hang him?
The man gets a strange gleam in his eyes. His fist contracts as if going through the pulling motion again, savoring it.
Because we did. All of us together. I hope he told the story straight. I hope he told it well.
There's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away. It's too simple.
But there's a catch.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
You murdered him just like that. No remorse.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Still have no idea why it works on some streams but not others. Live video feed is completely different from straight up solid images. Switching between one monitor and another can make it so that the more weirder are more affected. It's both video and on live something. It's live. It's live. It's alive. Trying the monitor trying to parse the information gets a hiccup, maybe? And tries to fill in as best as it can, messing in some colors. Sorry if I'm talking slowly, I'm like taking my time to actually piece together a sentence. Ugh, I get lost. What we do is different. We enforce the law. You just kill people like it's nothing.
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man had to die.
Who called the shots that night?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
I don't have to. One of them was more complicit than others.
That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide. Not for the officer making an arrest. Which we all know you won't be. What you can do right now is go back to your station and write a report.
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
When did this hanging incident occur?
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
How long had you known the victim?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you're striking against?
Wait, I am waiting. That's heel turn to lime green. Wait, what's heel?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
He rubs his chin, pretending to mellow. Yeah, Shanky. Shanky has a teal Yeah, it's Shanky. Shanky's portrait is for some reason different from the others. I'm also trying to look at all the different portraits. Like, they all share... Okay, all the Hardy Boys portraits share red and white. But some of them are different from the others.
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
Try to take an image next time. Alrighty, now I'm trying to think on colors. Why did you kill him?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
So he was a mercenary, that's it?
And he stepped out of line.
He repeats, jaw clamped shut like a vise.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Kohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
Eugene's portrait is a lighter color teal. But also it's more vertically shaky. Compared to Titus, that is straight out of the middle. Screen changes. Okay, take a picture of that one too.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
How do you even know he was in Special Forces?
'Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm RNE's goddamn Special Forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all!
Alright, damn. Doing a little bit of pause so that you can take a picture. La la la. And a 3, 2, 1.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some RNE's paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
Okay, interesting detail. Thanks, Eugene.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did. Right there. Like some kind of animal.
And here we have Shanky. Actually teal. Partially teal, part white. Streaks of it not fully there. I'm like absolutely certain. Also, pretty sure I read it somewhere that the portraits are not just portraits, but they mean something. Like, they represent who you're talking to. There is a reason why Kim's portrait is a flat white circle around his head on a black or really dark brown background. Taking pictures of teals to see how they change. Meow, 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 meow. Again and again. Doodle-doo-doo-doo. Okay, now I definitely need to see Eugene's normal portrait to, like, cross-reference it. Well, here we have Shanky. To properly cross-reference. Okay. The teal... definitely switches to very light green. Granted, teal is partly blue. So there might be something to that. But that is such a vivid green. How? Grabbing the parts that are blue out of the teal and adding it to the green parts of the teal. Green on green, making ultra green. Wonder if it switches back. 2 seconds. Bim bum bum. Bidum bum. Yeah. And boop. It's Shanky and his brother, Schwanky. It does. I'm tempted to ask you to take another screenshot now, but that'd be unnecessary and silly. That way, when I put that screen cap on over this and turn it on and off and on and off, it's like the two swankies switch places really rapidly. That would be silly. That would be silly. Please indulge me on this. I'm a sucker for silly little things. In the meantime, there's Eugene. Wait, she'd probably need Swanky. There's Swanky. Absolutely perfect. Beep. And then boop. And then boop. And then boop. And then boop. Oh, whoops. Wait a minute, hold on. Curse my fucking perfectionism. Sorry, I make myself laugh with the stupidest shit imaginable. Oh my god, that is... I have the dumbest smile on my face. Thank you very much for humoring me. What did he actually do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
Wow, that is a very heavy shift in mood.
There's slight unease in him, suddenly. He regrets mentioning the rape.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Bennett is trying to make sense of this flood of information.
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, He gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle, doesn't even fall down.
Was this the same girl who was sexually assaulted, raped, you said?
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
Your question, who did the rape then? This a very serious allegation.
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter, and I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
All right. How did you kill him?
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, Copper?
Copper. God, I love his voice. So gravelly. So imposing. I seriously admit, I am always impressed by good voice work.
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
The autopsy showed there were no ligature marks. His hands were not tied. Can you explain that?
The lieutenant goes in for the leg sweep. Titus does not see it coming.
Oh my god, actually inspecting the body and doing a full autopsy before actually talking to them is good, actually. Also, connection, this is, I'm sorry, 1400 kilobytes per second? And that's red. Sorry, my connection on OBS said that it was pointing at red as in bad, but it was like 1400 kilobytes per second. The norm is around 3000. How is 14k bad? Good lord. Wonder if there are voice acting schools? Voice training schools. Voice acting, on the other hand? I don't really see... Talking properly with full-on enunciation and a good volume of voice and projection of the voice is something that can be taught. How to modify the voice, though? That's something that can be taught. Especially in unusual ways. Can it be taught? Or is that... See, I'm hesitant to point this as primarily a self-taught skill. Because you can teach a lot of things to different people. You can teach a lot of things to people. Maybe that is a subject in vocal coaching. Maybe I didn't learn everything at the vocal coaching classes I took. Is it vocal coaching? I don't know. Voice training, vocal coaching. One of those. I don't know. Reaction speed. Lieutenant, go for the leg sweep.
Look, I'm not gonna play 20 questions with you, Capo. I'll say it again. We killed him.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I knocked him out. Came up behind him and clapped him in the back of the head. He went down like a sack of sand.
That's right, lawman. And then we hanged the fuck.
Big money, no whammies.
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But
with a roll of a 5. God, that is good. Okay, now the connection is dipping into yellows. And back to green. Alright. First, tell me who's solid.
Elaine, who looks like he might be Titus's right-hand man, the least antsy of the bunch. Definitely not his first time being questioned by the police.
Slightly diagonal with hints of beige.
This little rat-faced fellow is solid, too. Always fidgety, yes, but no change there. Him neither. Mostly keeps to his tomato juice, or whatever he's got there. Tomato juice? Just tomato juice? A non-alcoholic tomato juice? What's the point of that?
Tomato soup, my dude. Who's cracking under pressure? This one. He's sweating profusely and has difficulty breathing. They've smartly kept him out of the conversation thus far. Definitely the weakest link in the chain. Pretty straight line. It's a little bit askew, but...
A single sentence would wear him out. He can't take the length of the questioning. Keep it going long enough, and he'll crack.
Mr. Tats, what did you use to knock the victim out?
My fucking elbow, Copper. Samaran boxing style.
Where did all this action take place?
Right fucking here. Eugene already told you that the fuck had started coming to our bar.
Yeah, man. Weren't you listening?
Something you're not telling me.
Fuck off, Copper.
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
Hey, you. Having trouble breathing over there?
No.
He looks up, startled, his forehead shiny from sweat. Few coiled locks are peeking out from under his warm woolen hat.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
Oh my god, that is a rat's laugh. What do you think the new Stalker is gonna be like? The concept of someone who just watches, who does not intervene with the world. Someone who just observes how the world has changed over time. Who does not attack, who does not get attacked. An explorer, an adventurer, a scholar. Someone who learns from everything. Someone who keeps a record of everything. Or someone who is just content with being there. Someone who has refused the call to ascension. Does not want to go away with the rest of everyone. He refuses that. He refuses to leave this world. He refuses to leave the beautiful world that surrounds them. He wants to be there to the bitter end. A form of a fuck you to the predecessors. The world is not dead. The world is still full of beauty. You are all missing out. God, I wanted to be a fucking poetic as I'm making it out to be. Called the Watcher. Yup. And an animated trailer I saw was a lot of creatures scurrying around in the background, foreground, everywhere. And when there's a moment of silence against the wall, you suddenly see two wide eyes opening. The Watcher was always there, but nobody noticed them. The Watcher is always there, hidden in plain sight, camouflaged by the shadows. Perfect spot to view the world. I want it to be a game mode where you just look at the world, because the world is so fucking beautiful and full of details. I want a designated game world where it's just take it all in. See how the predecessors were wrong for leaving this earth. Refuse the call to ascension and live. Oh god. Sorry, I don't know why I take that subject so personal. Okay, I might have an inclination as to why I take that line of thought so seriously. Creative mode? No, Safari mode is already there for that. Unraveled mysteries of the past. Still survive from the dangers of the present. It has to have some... You have to receive some form of push against just free exploration. Maybe... Maybe a true... Maybe a semblance of pacifism similar to Saint, who can't really throw spears and such. Who would rather avoid all forms of conflict in a stealthy manner, rather than direct confrontation. Maybe? Maybe. Camouflaging. Camouflaging? Would that be an option? God, I am yearning so fucking hard for the ability to explore and learn from the world. Wow, that is... Oh, I am tense about this. Okay, need to... relax. Full slug cat on a cool adventure.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
Right. I have other questions about the lynching.
Like what, Copper?
Should I? Yeah. Yeah? Yeah, fuck it. Fuck you. None of this makes sense. Why the bullet?
Huh?
Sip of beer makes the surprise go down easier.
There was a bullet in the dead man's brain. Why was it there if you hanged him?
How the fuck do I know? Anyone could have shot him. Target practice, maybe.
Tight lips suddenly.
This line of questioning is over. You got the cause of death already? Hanging. If there's any post-mortem trauma, it's your problem. This will not turn into a cross-examination.
This is not gonna work. He's already won me over against authority and physical instrumentality. So what now?
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus.
The Watcher was always there in your other campaigns, but you didn't notice it watching. Guard. So well versed on the wonders of the world, the ever-changing land. Ancient slug cat. God. Well, unless their campaign is situated somewhere in the middle of the timeline. That's right, there's a fucking timeline in Rain World. Because some campaigns take place before or after others. Wow! I mean, the world definitely changes around a different campaign, so... Oh. What if the Watcher is... supernatural? The essence of a slug cat. The body of the slug cat may be gone, but maybe something was left behind. What if that's how they have outlived everything? Okay, here's the thing about speculations. You end up hyping yourself up so fucking much that at the end you might be disappointed that it's not like anything like what you're thinking. The ancients taking the form of a god. The echoes taking form of a slug cat. The ancients are gone, but what do remain are the echoes. Maybe the echoes gave themselves a shape in form of one of the few creatures that have managed to notice and to communicate with them. There are not that many creatures with the mark of communication, except the few lucky slug cats that have encountered 5 pebbles. Maybe the echoes were inspired by the slug cats, seeing them as the mobile little forces that live on. Do they wish to form into the slug cat to reach ascension, or to see that ascension is not what they truly wanted in the end, and to live on the body with the form of a borrowed creature, an inspiring creature to them? I meant to put an ancient, but my brain defaulted to the ancients. Who is to say that the Watcher is not a collective of multiple minds. The conglomerated wishes, all the lingering wishes of the ancients, given form and shape of a simple, humble creature. I'm getting tense again. I'm getting like... Oh my god. Oh boy. Why do I get this when I try to make some artsy-fartsy thoughts? Jeez, okay. Calm down, calm down. Talk about murder.
I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility, we are going to look into this.
Maybe the reasons things don't attack it in the trailers because it's a robot, so they don't see it as food? Could be. Mechanical and biological hybrids do exist aplenty everywhere. Slug cat robot. Made in order to... Robot given autonomy or robot being controlled by someone? Or someone watching through? I know the perfect name for it, the clanker. Okay, that's silly. I like that. I like that silly. The clanker. Supremely strong hydraulics, prone to overheating. Try and balance it in some way. Rough environment, maybe not built to last as long as everything else, needing repairs instead of food, like getting some extra debris to recover lost parts. The clanker is slowly falling apart. Can't swim. Oh, that is... I wonder if some of the sea screens, some of the screens of pure water, like for example in Shoreline, do they have a bottom? I know a bunch of them do. Some of them do have bottom. Like a bottom at the... like... a bottom. After all the water. Do all of them have it though? Or are some of them like infinite pits? Maybe they would have to add in some of those. It would make it so you can effectively explore the bottom of the shore. Unless the clanker is not built for water and it just absolutely short circuits. Oh no, that would make everything hell. Oh no, haven't unlocked Rivulet. Rivolate. Put in an extra tea and we got a review latte. A milky version of Rivulet. I mean, I'm currently on a Rivulet playthrough. I could explore the bottom of the ocean. Oh, but the bottom of the ocean is also, like, being guarded by a giant fucking Leviathan. Ah, fuck it. I don't die. Slow but tanky. Slow but tanky. Tanky in the shape that it has... It's metal plating. The more it takes damage, the more metal falls off of it, the more mobile it becomes. You know, like the chariot from JoJo. Chariot is Polnareff's stand, right? Or am I mixing it? Polnareff's stand. Lose the armor, gain super speed. But maybe you can take more damage from different things, like a heavy drop and knock out some of the metal on it. Very clankety contraption. Sort of slowly falling apart type of dealio. And the food meter, instead of marking food, would mark a sort of health. You can hibernate in whatever state you are, but your survivability is at stake there. What if it rusts off? What if it rusts off upon hibernation? The place is horribly humid. The metal would start rusting off. So instead of having to eat food, you have to, quote, eat, unquote, metal, debris, rock, stuff like that. Crunch a spear into multiple chunks, and that gives you extra pips of metal. How about that? We're super coming up with a concept for a fan-made slug cat. Wow. How long have I been staring at this specific part of dialogue? I need to move it.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us, real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Forget about their games. You've mapped out the characters. Reading the footprints in the yard should be easier now.
I have no way of proving my authority. I'm gonna take off. Bye-bye. I'm very scared of that one because I know what happens if you fail that one, and I don't want to see what happens when you fail on that one. Man, none of this gives me extra authority. Extra authority.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Counter the Hardy boys. Hardy said they hanged the victim. Viscal said go do it. For prints near Video Revachol.
8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's right, the hardy boys in the mess hall of whirling in rags.
Go over them one by one.
1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his booth. This is the big dick, Titus Hardy. The one with the ball cap on his head.
Interesting.
Is it? They didn't even bother to change boots. Putting them on the scene is easy. Maybe even too easy.
Continue counting. Or continue continuing.
2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 44. Either the blonde muscular guy, Glenn, or the young guy with a plectrum around his neck. 3. Hobnailed work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 43. The inked banger, perhaps. 4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46. Theo, the old smoker. You think you even see a tiny fleck of cigarette ash inside the print.
What else?
5. Another standard work boot. Reinforced toes. Number 44. Same as before. Either the musician, Eugene, or the muscle-bound blonde, Glenn. 6. Light as air. Same make of boot, but number 41. Small like a rat. Shanky.
Should have gotten this earlier.
Better late than never, detective. The whole world is dark and the tracks burn in it with strange beauty.
Count the rest.
7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 46. The imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. Fat Angus. Carrying something?
And the last one?
8. Another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole. The right sole is smoother, more worn. Curious. A missing 8th Hardy Boy.
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here.
8, actually.
That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing. Anything else out of the ordinary?
Light step, number 41 shoe.
I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy Boy. The one with his front teeth missing.
You mean the rat-faced one?
Yes, well, he did look a bit like a rat, you're right. Do you think those prints belong to him?
Yeah.
I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not.
Heavy one, 200 kilogram imprint.
200? This could be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up. Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built armored man. Maybe it was a fat Hardy Boy, the one sitting in the middle.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Yeah, that guy from the booth was carrying the victim.
Probably yes. This would also fit with the victim being dead from a previous gunshot wound. They had to carry him, because he could no longer walk.
I said Vitkim. Vitkim. Yeah. Yeah.
Is there anything else that's noteworthy here?
An aberration. One sole is smoother than the other.
Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the missing Hardy Boy. Wonder who he is.
Oh, this one's easy. Way too easy. It's a driver.
Oh, yeah, it's trivial. Okay, I think you naturally get 6 points? Is that right? Yeah, it's 6 points. So you immediately get him, unless you have, like, somehow negative amount? Can you get negatives? Oh wow, my authority is 0. Wow. That's so bad. And my drama. I cannot lie. Wow. Pinocchio over here. Said minus... No, it's not Pinocchio. It's the movie where Jim Carrey can't lie whatsoever. And he's a lawyer. I don't remember the name of that movie. But that. I'm like that. A driver would wear down the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right. And remember that abandoned lorry cabin we found?
With a piece of sandpaper glued to the throttle.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses as his eyes light up with excitement.
Which means that the missing lady driver was also present at the lynching? That's it. She's the odd soul.
He's also the one running the drug trade. Interesting.
Now we know who's the missing 8th person at the lynching. Do you think that Hardy and his boys could also be involved in the drug operation?
Not necessarily. Lady Driver could have kept the drug trade a secret? I mean... It would fit with what Joyce told us, but I don't want to make any assumptions. It's possible. But maybe they weren't aiding her.
Understood. We should still go and see what Titus Hardy has got to say on the matter. This might throw them off, work in our advantage. So, what else?
How old do you think these trucks are?
A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
Still don't know about that.
It is not impossible.
How do you know?
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Ah.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do you think happened here?
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
But we know the victim had a bullet in his head. A more precise way to put it is, it was made to look like a lynching.
Been purposefully misled.
By these tracks? Yes.
We've been through all of it. I'm just gonna have a fucking heart attack. Jesus, kid, don't do space shit.
Fuck does Kuno care?
I took care of the drugs that Joe
Alright, so you got Kuno's kilo. Here is how we do it. First, you give Kuno Kuno's kilo, then Kuno gives you half back. That's how we split it. It's the best way. Street way.
You ain't gonna ask how we got past your dad?
Word on the street is, you sent your little friend in dressed as a hooker, distraction style. That's some sick shit.
What? Okay.
Not a single muscle moves on the lieutenant's face.
Kuno wants to hear all about it, but first we split the kilo, then we shoot the shit.
I'm keeping it, and I'm doing it all myself.
Alright, you fucking juggy. Kuno knew you tried that sneaky pig shit on him.
Tell him, Kuno!
Kuno's got brains. This shit doesn't surprise Kuno. So Kuno's gonna give you one more chance. Know this, pig. Shit is major.
Major fucking choice, pig!
Kuno won't take this shit lightly. The pieces are moving, pig. This is fucking domino shit.
Not like he thinks, but you can feel it. Somehow, this will change things.
Interesting.
Tick, 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 tick. Decision time. What's it gonna be? You gonna fuck the Kuno?
Ooh. I mean, do I consequences. I'm not, should I don't, oh god. Sorry, no.
Alright. You fucked the Kuno. Everybody, Kuno got fucked by his pocket pig. Just when we getting our business on, the pig throws it all away.
I told you he can't be trusted! I told you. I told you he'd steal the shit!
Relax, see? We got plenty of Kilo underground, in the tree. This ain't about that. This is about you and Kuno. You mismanaged this shit. Now everything is fucked between us. How are you gonna make this up to the Kuno, huh?
Dude, I met your dad.
Yeah? How the fuck are you still alive, pig?
Kuno, your dad is half-dead alcoholic. He was sleeping under some clothes. I killed your dad, Kuno.
What is this shit? He's fucked up on roids to drink more. You can't kill him. Kuno's dad says he'll die by his own hand. Die suicide style.
In his mind, his father isn't vulnerable the way other mortals are.
Kuno, your dad is half-dead alcoholic. He was sleeping under some clothes.
What?
His posture changes. The swaying rooster motion stops for a second. Then he gets it going again, reorienting himself.
Fuck right. Kuno's dad was sleeping like a bum. Kuno told ya. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything. Fucking breaking and entering shit. That's nothing to Kuno's dad. You got lucky, pig. Kuno knew this. Kuno's fucking violent fiend dad's been drinking hard lately. Kuno knew you have a way in. Narrow window. Kuno window.
Whatever scary thing he might have been, now he is nothing.
Yeah? Kuno's dad is fucking nothing. Fucking coma shit, stroke shit. Kuno's dad is so fucking violent. He's had a stroke many times. Shit. Kuno's gonna have one too. Gonna be just like Kuno's dad. Speed shit, crime shit, fucking on the bed. Kuno's gonna go out like Kuno's dad. Revachol West style.
Stop saying all this sad shit, Kuno.
Fuck are you talking, sad? Kuno's got hard shit, death shit, nothing shit.
I mean, chances are you are going to turn into that.
Fuck right I am. Get your nun ass out of here before Kuno fucks it dead. You think 'cause you brought Kuno 1 gram of speed, you're friends now? Turn into... Kuno ain't turning into shit. Kuno is that shit.
If he doesn't stop soon, he's going to collapse from exhaustion. He's red all over.
Kuno won! Oh, you won, Kuno!
He did not win. There is a crack in there now, and it's spreading across the face of his certainty.
Tons of unpaid utility bills there.
Fuck right there were. Fucking 3 years or some shit.
Let me guess, Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about them.
Yeah, that's right. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about that electricity and light shit. Just wants to pound on people and drink.
Find a job, pay them yourself. Your dad can't handle things anymore.
Fuck that shit. Kuno's gonna move underground. Lead I am shit. Ancient shit. Kuno's gonna live in a fucking catacomb.
Yeah, in a tomb, Kuno!
Look around in there. It's not the easy life you got going in that apartment.
The fuck do you know about Kuno's life? Kuno's got plans. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, we got plans!
6 meters underground, below piping from before the war, the collapsed remains of the Martinez storm drain system. There are 2 stolen flashlights with piles of batteries next to them, beside 2 bedrolls, in the dark and opening into the lower tunnels.
Okay. They got plans. Alright. You're right not to give you the drugs. Let's conclude this.
That didn't change shit, pig. That only made things worse. Kuno knows you only took him to get fucked up yourself. Pigs always be pretending about shit like that. The fuck about it? You're testing
Get lost!
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Oh my god, those are good pants, though. I don't have the money. I need $20 to pay off my fucking rent.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
They have given him a certain amount of, what's it called? Uncertainty, then.
The pile of Eternite looks stranger now that Kuno told you about his pad. Because, unless Kuno lied, you should just be able to pull the panels aside. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
God, that was heavy as hell.
So this is the shack Kuno mentioned. Let's take a look inside then.
Wow, there's a lot of things. Money! Get out of the way or get fucked up. Actually, a fallen slogan from an aggressive youth-oriented campaign. Wow. Silver plate with traces of bone yellow powder.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine.
God, shut up.
The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you.
I wasn't thinking about taking it. Swear, I'm just thinking about justice.
Of course, detective. Swift justice. Don't worry, we don't have to investigate every trace of narcotics.
The lieutenant points to the ladder in the corner.
Yeah, swift, lightning justice. Faster, harder, justicer.
See that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
An empty tube of magnesium supplement. Cured pig's head. Looks mummified. Take a look. Why did that tune suddenly come into my head? Take a look, it's in a book. Doorway's going to collapse soon. Restoration pillars keep the ruins together. Oh, so that's what these things are. Neat. Gran Coron 37. Postcard depicts an ill-advised residential area overlooking the Jamrock Water. 13-story buildings line the hillside like sarcophagi, an ominous fog already rising from behind. These are the last boom years. In 39, the project fails catastrophically, leaving behind an opiate and hepatitis B-infested slum. Handkerchief given to you by Lieutenant Kitsuragi. One corner is adorned with lace and tiny embroidered portier. Portier, isn't that the type of beer? Or wine? Boogie Street, 46. Crumpled up postcard depicts an open-air market in Boogie Street. Roughly 5 years ago. Vendor smiles as dead roosters line his stalls, hung by their feet from canopy. Red blood flows into the muddy street. Blurry shadows of people pass. Cube-like crisscross of filaments feels oddly fragile in your hand. Intricate structure covered in dust. Silver tape on the side reads, production schedule. Note, filament contains information that can be read using a radio computer. Julio. Free money. While I'm not talking to anybody, I should keep my bag around me. Otherwise, I might not be able to find a secret tear to get for extra money. Also drugs. One whole Royale. Real, I mean. That's free money. That's free money, baby. I remember what else I was trying to do. Or what else I had to do.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Connect me to station 41's no,
It will take just...
Her voice is...
Gottlieb, what you get yourself into this time?
How did you know it was me?
I didn't, but now I do. How's the drinking going?
It's going great. I feel like it's really helping me with this case.
Great. Have a medal. I have an autopsy to attend to. An autopsy of one Chester McLean who died of fish poisoning.
Fucking, I'm not dead. It just hurts, okay?
Oh, thank God. I was worried about Chester.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
I'm done for the radio for now. No, Sylvie.
Just a second. Sylvie Malaika on the line. Yes. Hello?
Hi, it's the police again.
Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
I don't know. I'm not gonna be a creep, sorry.
You hear the call break.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
No, that's it.
57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see...
I would have sworn I would have the option to ask somebody about... Okay, maybe not. Alright, well... Yeah, establish authority. That's... It's not happening anytime soon. That one's gonna remain unsolved. I just decided, that's gonna remain unsolved. Howdy, fellas.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Does not look particularly happy to see you. That's gonna lower my authority levels. Still haven't explained the bullet he found in the Hanks man's head.
You still on about that bullet? A bullet in a hangman's head. You're right, Copper. That is mighty curious.
Indeed, mighty. How did it get there?
Well, there are so many bullets in the world, and so many heads. I guess it's only logical. At some point, one of them bullets had to end up in one of them heads.
It's bound to happen again, you know? Just statistically speaking, of course.
I'm gonna ask you again. Why was this in the victim's head?
Wow! He's got it in a real evidence bag and all!
Why don't you go home and log it into evidence? These men have told you what happened.
I'm gonna hang him as a cover-up for the shooting.
You know what I think? I think he was shot in the head as a kid, and his brain grew around the bullet.
Around the bullet, man.
That's a good one.
Is that even possible? I mean, it could be, right? Maybe? There was this guy, I keep forgetting his name, that had a steel beam. Phineas Gage. Phineas Gage had a steel beam. Okay, hold on. Phineas P. Gage was an American railroad construction foreman, remembered for his improbable survival of an accident in which a large iron rod was driven completely through his head, destroying much of his brain's left frontal lobe, and for that injury's reported effects on his personality and behavior over the remaining 12 years of his life. Effects sufficiently profound that friends saw him, for a time at least, as no longer Gage. So that's possible. Maybe a bullet as well. Did you guys shoot him?
Shit! I probably did shoot him. I was drunk last night. You guys know me when I'm drunk.
Yeah, Glenn likes to shoot his guns when he's drunk. Better hope he stays sober.
No, he meant before he was hanged. Did you shoot him before you hanged him?
Before? After? During? This is getting ridiculous. They told you what happened. Stop wasting your time.
Oh my god, you're just iron wall, lady.
Never been worried in my life, lawman.
It's not like you blew it wide open, but there's a little crack in there, somewhere.
Give me 2 seconds. I need to unequip this bag because I want the bonus of something for my 9mm pistols. Pew pew.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Also, I think Kim just did a weird little spinny. About 8 sets of footprints, but those are only 7 of you. Where's the 8th Hardy Boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
It's not Elizabeth, it's
So
the
let
lady.
me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
This seems like a really bad idea. This is a stupid idea. I talked to Joyce, the merc you hanged. His friends are coming for you.
Yeah. By friends, you mean his squad mates from Cronell.
Wouldn't want to beat up his grandma.
Snickering in the room, some of the men put their beers down.
Nervous, snickering. There's a rush of adrenaline present.
Yes, they are forming some kind of tribunal. And they're coming for you.
This is what happens if you take the law into your own hands. Other people start doing it too.
Let them come. The Hardy Boys are right fucking here.
You heard the man. Right here. We're armed. We got the whole district behind us. And Glenn. Glenn is fucking crazy.
Yeah. A well-oiled murder machine.
The mood is on the rise. They're feeling confident, ready to punch out the whole merc platoon.
Mercs are armed with automatic weapons.
We got weapons of our own. We got Ister 50s, Zeelagers. Glenn's got a knock cannon at home.
What the heck is a knock cannon? No, not Nick Cannon. I want knock cannon. Oh. Knock gun was a 7-barreled flintlock smoothbore firearm used by the Royal Navy during the early stage of the Napoleonic Wars. Type of volley gun adapted for ship-to-ship fighting. It was limited in its use because of the powerful recoil and eventually discontinued. The volley gun is a gun with multiple single-shot barrels that volley fired simultaneously or sequentially in quick succession. So, a very impractical shotgun type of deal. Got it. Will they pierce ceramic armor?
I guess we're gonna see, aren't we?
For your sake, I hope you're right.
Right about what? That a 50 caliber bullet goes through shit? Yeah, I am.
Joyce said they've gone rogue. Nobody's controlling them.
Big fucking surprise. They hire psycho scum, arm them to the teeth, and let them loose in the city. What do you think is gonna happen?
He's really prepped himself up for this. He has to keep the fear in check.
Okay.
What do you mean, okay?
Be on your side when they come.
Yeah? Just try not to get in the way when the whoop-ass flies open. Again, just get the dead guy's autograph.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking time.
God damn it. Am I gonna really have to go for authority checks? No. No. Photos of men in overalls. Monica's titties are big. Thanks, Glenn.
Looks like the circus left town.
Just want to check on
the clowns are still
the dinga-dinga-dunga-dungy. The rinka-dinka-dink. Oh. Oh, yeah, no. Not winning any authority checks anytime soon. Julio. See you fellas later. Okay, well, let's talk about the fucking drug trade then, even though I feel it's a fucking horrible idea.
Clowns are still here.
Connected you to the local drug trade.
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in Precinct 41 kilos.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? The person driving it was present at the hanging. It was one of you. We've connected the footprint. Detective, do you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
The thought forms in your head like a lightning strike branching in the sky.
You earned it.
Thank you. You're right, Titus. There is no local drug trade because it's all controlled by you. You're the drug trade.
That's a mighty interesting theory.
He
I
wraps his
guess
jaw.
that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course.
Keep telling yourself that. Know for a fact there's still plenty of drugs out there.
No, there aren't. Some little shit and his dad are doing speed. Who fucking who? The stuff's probably from Jamrock.
Little shit. That's Kuno in the yard.
Whatever you've seen is peanuts. Look at the big picture, man. The place is a paradise. And all thanks to Hardy Boys.
Theoretically, of course. We're just talking politics here. My answer to your drug accusation is, how dare you? Go fuck yourself.
Yo, fuck yourself. I like Titus. I like him so much.
Not quite yet, Mr. Hardy. There were 8 sets of prints on the crime scene. There are only 7 Hardy Boys here.
The 8 Hardy. The one who's missing. She runs the thing, right?
My answer is, fuck off. Mind your own business. There is no 8th Hardy. I run this goddamn scene.
And here we go. Back to the usual.
I know! Fatty walked on all 4s. He's so fucking fat, he left 2 sets of footprints.
Despite everything, the little man is quick on his feet.
Go fuck your mom, Dennis.
Hey.
That's more like it, boys. You heard him. It was Angus on all 4s. Anything else you need to know?
This is gonna lower my authority. God. Okay. I have slow metabolism, Dennis. Shit. Well, what the fuck now? Do any of these things give me some... No, that's... Fuck you to empathy. There's no real way of... No real way of, increasing psyche. At least not that I know of. Oh boy, oh fuck, oh shit. Ah. Well, that's all we can do now. Found white checks. On the white are available to try now. That's asking for money from ceiling. You have a better amount of logic. White envelope? White envelope, right. How's my logic looking? Alright. Envelope.
You take the legal documents out of the envelope, a 12 to 40 month construction period, and the zoning plan in the addendum.
Trying to find a loophole again for like the third time.
There is no loophole. The simple truth is the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their lives will be dominated by constant construction noise right next door.
Connection issues. Yeah, I think that's better. What are the ramifications of this?
Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe, for even the most stubborn occupants to get tired of living like this. After that, they'll sell their property for cheap and move out.
Look, Kim, people are going to have to move away. Can we do something about it?
I should have seen it. Evrard probably has eyes on us, but we could try to get other people to sign this instead of those listed. Or you could forge their signatures yourself. By the time he finds out, we'll already be gone. However, we'll need access to the coast before we do anything. Evrard won't believe you got villager signatures if you can't even get to the village. You can try a forgery as soon as we can cross the waterlock.
Well, thanks, Kim. What else?
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time the lines intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. It still kind of looks like a map of the stars in the night sky, but something's not right.
Who are you?
Gone.
What's the meaning of this tattoo?
For you to discover. You've gotten as far as you will without assistance. It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much.
Quite a lot to read into here. Look at all the content.
Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
Oh, wow, can I not say any of these things?
If you want to earn some change by guilting people, go for it. But if you want to earn real dough, finish the case and start getting paid again.
Yep. Can I just throw this? I can't throw this away. Damn it. Doesn't even have a sell value. The logic one. Okay, where's my... There it is.
It's the ledger you found in the... Oh, and an incredibly cool piece of kitchen tissue is stuck to the back.
Can I read the case files now?
It's proving to be harder than expected. You just don't have the intellectual rigor to patch the quilt back together. Try again later.
You... Oh my god. Okay, well. Smoking cigarettes it is then. Later. Horseback. Why not? I really up... Okay, hold on. We should have these organized in a different manner.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
I mean, if it's... Wow, well, both of these are fucking shit. Alright, well, nothing. See you later.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island. The more you ask yourself, the less you know. One thing is for certain, though. Your brain damaged. It's serious and permanent.
Yeah, wow, thanks, fucking asshole. Ugh. I'm not talking to Measurehead. Definitely not gonna help. Whip. I need oh, I already have 21. When the fuck did I get extra money? I got extra money from the other places that I visited and checked out. What time is it? 5. Oh, shoot. Prosciutto. Old sports magazines tucked away in a dark corner. Book collects the national recipes of Arda. They're all about lake trout. Trout.
You broke down the back door, the wards, the door. It's all gone now. Dark psychic energy leeching onto my shop.
Sometimes it's necessary to resort to extreme measures.
I suppose it's all over now. I guess there's no escape.
What you talking about? It's just a door.
Just a door? This place is cursed, Detective. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Just look at the sheer amount of companies that have failed in this house. I hope you're happy now. Happy that you've ruined everything. Now that you've broken the door, the curse is coming to get me as well.
Host Almighty, she prays. Guard me and my honest business venture from the curse that lurks behind the door. Blessed be your name.
I don't know about the curse.
Of course you didn't. You're nothing but a policeman.
Wow. How rude. Why is my connection so shit?
All right. You know what? I'm willing to let you investigate the doomed commercial area. We are set on the path. There's little else to do.
Her facade has dropped. Now you see the curiosity behind the fear.
Why does my internet hate me? Why? Yeah, why? Alright, give it a minute or two. I say as I angrily sneer at the kilobytes per second counter. Alright, it's yellow, it's good enough.
But before we go on, tell me, did you encounter the malignant entity?
I sense her presence.
You did? Then it has to be true. I've suspected that this woman-shaped energy must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you see that she lives inside the chimney?
The passage between heaven and hell, of course. It all makes sense now.
Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there. Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. And do return to me after you've talked to it. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse.
If you're really interested in cracking this mystery, then we should go back to the furnace. Maybe you could yell into it or something. Make some noise. You'll think of something. You always do.
Oh, thanks, Kim.
Despite his cool, the lieutenant's interested in solving this mystery, too.
Yay! Cockatoos.
A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
Curse.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the spirits.
How does this curse manifest itself?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Annen mentioned that the previous tenants have experienced some financial troubles.
It's not just that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons, feeding off bad business practices and disappointing income statements.
Academons are an enemy on doom.
There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Have you sought help from anyone?
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists, and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards.
With the wards?
The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough.
Is your pendant part of the wards as well?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans, with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
Oh, that's why you were so adamant on that part.
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales 15%.
Did you really read a book about increased sales with the supernatural or some shit like that? Jesus.
Yes, the Simonese are very crafty and their wards are extremely powerful. Lesser wards simply won't do here.
All right.
The woman before you scans the store. Her shoulders.
That's just a busted down door.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over. A couple of spook novels hide amidst all the detective books. Thrilling tales of spycraft and daring do.
Look through the display.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. Furthermore, they have no idea how hard it is to simply remove a body from a tree. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Oh God, no. Sure thing.
You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The sordid affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case of Dick Mullen. An obvious lie. Dick Mullen in the clock tower. The ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's funeral pyre. The murder of Dick Mullen.
Dick Mullen dies?
Oh no, turns out he faked it to solve a case.
Any more?
Yes, there's also the dame who did it. Farewell, my Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
Give me 2 seconds. Okay, I'm trying to organize them depending on what do they increase. Okay, that should be down here. If it's red, blue, or purple. Who the fuck is Dick Mullen?
Shelves filled to the brim with crime. Your attempt to grasp at the answer fails. It seems very close by, pulsating just out of reach.
God. Wow.
Shelves filled.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Sex crimes did pique your interest, but still, this Dick Mullen person only gets your pleasure centers down.
Man. Home of fascist magic. Rather candid. Iron picture book. Brochure. Very colorful.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell. You will attain a place on this shelf one day, or die trying.
Look through the display.
Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook.
What's it about?
High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other. Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long.
Oh, gee, shut up.
I'm sorry. sorry. I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce. I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power.
Or what is an innocence?
A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education. The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things.
Great, thanks.
Shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are. Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
Insulinda?
This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another, far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme. Ozon, Laurentide, Fas à la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou, in a bookstore. It's you. Radiating outwards from you, the suzerain Revachol. With a radius of 80 kilometers, still, the crown jewel of this Isola would be barely visible.
Squint first. Can you see cities on the island?
You can, on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star. On Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandu. On archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers. On Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas.
Look at the edges.
The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Mwindi is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seol is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds, words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. 850 million people live on these tiny dots. An oceanic world of culture and commerce, torn apart by history.
Look at the map of Revachol.
The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East. Hudon, it's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forberg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst.
And Martinez?
It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is, north of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. No, Coal City is worse. A charred limb. Rain falls on its slick black streets. And then there's the burnt-out quarter in the heart of Jamrock. Is it cold in this bookstore? Or is it just you? No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. but it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive.
Ah. Look at the map of Martinez.
It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor, even the whirling in rags there.
Storekeep, can I buy these maps?
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Why is the one of Martinez so cheap?
That old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
They look fancy, though. What happened to them?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
It's 90 cents, man. Don't try and steal it.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
Thank you very much. So now we do have a map. Wow, that is very pretty. Okay, what's supposed to be a giant cube of some sorts. Martinez waterfront. That kind of looks like the pawn shop, maybe? Oh god, look at all the fucking disappearing off the edge of the world. Church, some fishermen shacks, kind of run down. That's the bridge. The tower, that's the harbor. Whirling in racks, this is where we are. The piers, although I don't think more than this built. We're a tiny island. Giant... What the fuck is it called? Ferris wheel. And some other buildings. And some very nicer buildings. Martinez District in Jamrock Quarter of Revachol Zone of Control. Wow, okay, grabbing the little knob is not recommended.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Look through the shelf.
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
How does that work?
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note,
yes,
when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place. It's your own fault if you're ill. Got it?
Does the book say anything else?
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. how to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Yeah, what is this? Find something truly otherworldly. We are so Inland Empired up.
The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pearl.
What's this book about?
The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pearl, also known as le territoire. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near pearl. Even better if you can find someone else, preferably a large man dressed in nothing but a towel, to thrash you while you're spread naked and helpless on a cool slab.
Sounds invigorating.
It is, and good for the circulation too.
What else?
It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pearl. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pearl and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired.
There is a bottle of that in the fritte. What does this pale age liquor do?
Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health. That seems improbable.
Probably get my hands on some of that. What else is there?
For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the pearl, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions. This is exactly what you need. Andropanetic nudism? That's insane. That's beyond dangerous.
Anything else of note?
There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
I certainly don't need that.
You close the book and return it to its place on the shelf.
I don't have enough money to pay the rent. What books are these?
Sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
I'm asking for the... Alright, great fucking sales pitch, lady. Wow.
Shelves full of biographies of...
Oh no, wait, there it is.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title, From A to Zurich, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo.
Wipe the page.
Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have behavioral problems. You don't have behavioral problems. That's garbage. You're cool.
What about this guy, the cockatoo? Storekeeper?
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title, From A to Zurich, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo. You wait for the storekeeper to be distracted. When she's not looking, you haul the tome of cockatoos into your pocket. It's quite a challenge, but eventually, the guide to the cockatoos is yours. Splendid effort.
Wait, what do you mean interfacing is... Oh, the minus was from because she was looking at me all the time. Anyways, let's look around at the back of the door. Aha, I stole your book. Because I'm not spending $3 whole fucking dollars in that. Sorry, 3 whole fucking real on that. Looks like the remains of 24 window repair shop. Is this MS Atelier? Alright, this leads back down here. Floorboards creak. Shoes in a puddle of melting snow. A postcard from La Delta. Sunlight has made this postcard almost completely sepia-toned. Midtown traffic passes. Overhead, the ghost of skyscrapers disappear into beige midday mist. Vapor rising from the delta on which the district was built. This postcard is prepaid.
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney.
Chimney?
This must be where the entity lives. This is directly above the central furnace in the cellar. The voices probably came from here.
Knock.
What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens.
Knock harder?
Still nothing. No one's home.
Even harder.
Those curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts now.
There must be another way to wake up whoever is in there. Maybe we can try yelling into the furnace downstairs?
Bent metal. Broken glass. Your path lies strewn with the broken forms of everyday objects. You are the destroyer, the bane of inanimate matter.
Yes, gaze upon me, stuff, and despair!
Kudos.
Anti-object task force. Shin hurts. Take a look at your hands. See how bruised they are. See those little scars? This is Exhibit A. The material world is holding you back. Containers, mailboxes, doors, chairs. They are all your enemies. Always have been. Atoms themselves are in on the conspiracy, forming shapes and structures that... Excuse you hate. Your energy stuck in a body. Your spirit trapped in matter. Break free. Beat up that lamppost. Let it know how much objects suck. Fucking suck. Maybe later. Wrong way.
thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Hello! Enter the furnace.
Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
Hello?
you've awakened the entity.
This is the police. Who's there?
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs, the sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Thank you. Was there anything else I wanted to do here? No, not really. That was it. Yay! Beep and bop. Tray is full of dice. Colorful polyhedral dice. Hundreds of them. Candy dispenser has been repurposed to contain thousands of dice.
Hello. I'm Nia.
A bird-like woman sits on a throne of tools, with emerald light shining through her hair.
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Milius. So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now.
What do you mean by milieu?
Yes, a milieu is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
Why are you asking me about dice?
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
As she speaks, her bone-like fingers fiddle with a ring. The bones light, but her hands strong.
I was looking for something else. Answer.
Answers? How strange. These days people only come to me for dice and role-playing games. I'm not sure how helpful I'll be, but go ahead and ask.
The walls around her are covered with rows of precious stones and minerals. How did you become a dice maker?
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition.
She doesn't let it show, but there's anger in there. She doesn't like jewelers. Thinks they're a mob.
Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
You like role-playing games yourself?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
What do you know about the man who was lynched behind the worldling in rags?
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here. The lieutenant looks at his notebook, then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
What do you mean by the daily ruckus?
Well, there's always something going on in the worldling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike. But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
You never took your eyes off the work to look out the window?
I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone.
Do you often work Sunday nights?
It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
I see. Thank you for your answers.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
Hey, where are we anyway? What is this place?
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know.
He looks at the ruddy bricks that make up the walls. Even though they've been repainted, there are still signs of coal-black soot here and there.
But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
Lieutenant looks around the spacious room, ceiling fading into shadows above.
When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known the other businesses.
I've heard this place is cursed. Did you know that people call it the doomed commercial area?
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
Wait, how do you explain what happened to all those companies then?
It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail.
Plaisance is the one who sent me. She's convinced that the place is swarming with malicious energies.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energies spared her somehow?
Actually, the bookstore isn't doing that well. There are hardly any customers. She has to exploit her own daughter to keep the company going.
Oh, right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in rags? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
Wait, Burling is part of the doomed commercial area?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the east of the Commerce Central project.
Yeah, it's a separate building. Malicious energies can't reach there. I mean... Whirling isn't doing well either. Waitress just took off and customers have tried and paid. Sure, let's fly.
And then there is me.
Looking at her messy work table. All kinds of tools lie there scattered. From knives to carving files to wire cutters.
I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
It's because she's in cahoots with the demons.
Well, I gotta admit, there are many inconsistencies in this so-called curse.
I was just about to ask. What do you think? Do you think the curse is real?
The jig is up. The she-demon knows you've uncovered her true identity. Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
I think it still might be you that's causing this, narrows my eyes very mysteriously.
So I'm the Grand Dragon in the cave. Might I ask what supports this claim?
I yelled to summon the ghost of the Doom commercial area, and you were the one who answered.
Oh my, I've revealed myself. You better call the exorcists.
Don't have to call anyone. I'm a ghost whisperer myself.
Of course. How convenient. Well, if you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the curse, then let me know.
Plaisance needs to hear about this. Perhaps if you combine your psychic energies, you will make sense of the situation.
Ah, connection, connection, my dear old connection. Why must you curse me so? I think I do have some items that increase my shivers. I'm gonna double check that. Yes. Let's see, shiver. None of these lower it, right? No. Julio?
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Why hasn't her business... Okay, hold on. Do you know what happened to the other tenants? Everyone else is gone.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Rats scuttle in the dark rooms, under the abandoned blow dryers and dusty mannequins. Cobwebs cover rotors and radio computers alike. So much failure.
There used to be a hair salon here, right?
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
Ooh, spooky.
You wouldn't like it either. The others would laugh at you.
Oh, come on. Why is my connection has to be so garbage? Like, I really need to get a move on this game, or otherwise I'm gonna be here for 3 billion years. Although I am already streaming for 5 hours. Woof. Water's good.
It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
What's wrong with a bit of experimenting? Customers should have been more open-minded.
I guess it just wasn't the time yet.
What happened to the gym?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
Maybe that's what Kuno needs, a community-centric boxing club.
Kuno. Who's Kuno?
Indeed, who is Kuno? Guess it's as good as mine.
Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard.
He looks out the window. Oddly quiet there at the moment.
I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
And who was Artemitep?
A kind man, from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
Judging from the kids I've met so far, it didn't really work, did it?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
You should have known it.
Damn.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
What's up with the broken windows?
Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have guessed?
I wouldn't. What the hell? That's wild.
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
Cool, very cool up at the... What's a snuff milieu?
It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Oh, right, like snuff movies, that,
What does she mean, to get off on it?
Like, dude, electrochemistry, you should know, out of everybody here.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses. This isn't our problem.
Okay.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
Did someone here make stuffed animals? I saw mounts lying around.
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
But what drugs exactly?
Need to know what drugs he was doing for my police report, yes.
He got high on some weird taxidermy chemicals. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. Eventually, they caused him to lose control of his bladder. The smell was awful.
Yep, definitely not something I'm gonna try.
Even you can probably do better than that.
Yeah. Found creepy mannequins.
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
I didn't know insects had any rights, or activists.
Yeah, the atelier didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
But insects don't have any brains or feelings.
Actually, insects do have brains, but yes, I understand what you're saying. I think the protesters took it a little too far.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the windowsill in front of her. Legs up. They're not moving.
Anything else?
What's with the rotor blades and skis?
They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
Rests her chin on her hand with an impish smile. Yeah, connection is dipping like mad. I mean, it says that they've missed any frames, so I'm gonna hope that same is with audio.
Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is.
That's interesting. What do these transmissions say?
The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Smile widens before she sees the lieutenant's face behind you.
Men like that are a curse.
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait, forget it. It would take too long.
Still, though. I found a strange machine.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She closes her eyes as some remnant of a memory lights up her face.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
What do you mean liberal? What happened?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
What went wrong?
Well, I did hear them talking at times.
She looks at the hallway, as if she can still hear them chit-chat behind her curtains. on a cigarette break.
They seem to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
I mean, from what I've seen so far, the project did look quite impressive.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic, and to show up to work on time.
Showing up to work on time is hard. No, scratch that. Showing up to work at all is difficult, especially if you've been drinking.
I should have just tried harder. They had everything needed to succeed.
Still, not everyone is going to make it. That's the nature of the game.
Tosses a pair of dice on the table. One of them stops near the edge of the metallic desk.
The result is 1 on a 20-sided die.
Poetic. I like it.
The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Double poetic.
Anything else?
Verified a taxidermied bear in the cellar.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here.
She smiles and leans closer, hands on her knees like a stand-up comedian, ready to tell a story.
The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Alright, what about the other ideas?
There was really just one, and it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Fritta does the same thing.
What do you expect? 20 cents per hour is Doc's pay. Surprised they showed up to work at all.
Oh, but they did. They did show up to work, and not alone. There were also acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the ice cream stand. And they already had the bear.
She closes her eyes as if remembering something painful. What about the bear?
The bear.
She repeats, pressing thumbs under her temples, like trying to suppress a headache. It didn't work out.
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Revachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glacé 5000. Glacé 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece, out of regular fridges.
Market doing its job.
Maybe, because the taxidermist who made the bear definitely wasn't. Doing his job, I mean.
How come?
He said that the bear was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. Called it Megatherion.
Scary, but cool.
Megatherion?
Megatherion, a mega wild beast.
What's a mega wild beast?
It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
A wise and noble beast, guiding you toward the land where the streets are paved with drugs.
I do drugs. I got a vision beast myself.
Do you? Well, good luck keeping it under control. Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire.
Seems almost sad finishing the story. Some dust beams swirl in the afternoon air. Her eyes follow it idly. Also, I got an achievement for preaching the fucking market or something or other. 9 times, or 8, I don't know.
Little sparkling embers under the window. Outside it's light. Light scatters from the low-hanging cloud cover. There's always the threat of snow.
Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps?
I
I've
found-
been here for a long time.
I found the building's intercom, but it's not working.
Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me.
She rubs her forehead. Her scarf has left a faint line on her dusky skin.
I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
So you're telling me that the doorbell with the empty name card was yours?
That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
I was wondering about the whirling in rags. Is it part of the same building complex?
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
I saw a name, East Delta Pinball, on the doorbell.
Right, it used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however.
There was a spider, a tiny spider dangling in front of my face, so I had to relocate it. Like the nerve of some insects, I tells ya.
My advice? Don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick-track, especially pinball.
Floriography? Floriography. Flori. Oh. Graphy. The language of flowers. Okie dokie. And Rick Track. What? Is that? Could have sworn that. Okay, it's showing me a board game, but I could have sworn that game was called Backgammon. Yeah, French board game of skill and chance for 2 players that is played with dice on a game board similar to, but not identical, to that of backgammon. It was the classic tables game of France, in the way that backgammon is in the English-speaking world. Except here it's with C's instead of K's.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
Strange thing happened when I tried calling a company name Slipstream SCA. Someone answered.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SCA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore.
First, it wasn't Plaisance. I know her and would have recognized her voice.
Oh, right. But did this person say anything?
She said she was from Tricentennial Electrics.
Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
No, it was something else. It was eerie. Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
It might have been some sort of rare electrical anomaly.
A prank is more likely, no? Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. No solidarity.
More questions.
Sure, I'm listening. I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work. Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
Why hasn't her business failed? I have such a high level of shivers, please.
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
Hey, Nia. The curse is real and I figured out why it has spared you.
Didn't we already talk about this?
It's because you're not in the same building as the others. This isn't technically the Doom commercial area.
What are you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guilain 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
No, it used to be a coal plant. You're in a chimney of another building.
This doesn't make any sense.
She looks around the makeshift nest that she has carved out for herself, bewildered.
Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from?
It has a different address in the heart of the city.
And what? Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil forces.
No one's really ever safe from failure.
She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
What?
Do you know what this is?
She raises her hand to reveal a piece of metal shining in her index finger. Your lucky charm? The kind of word?
It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East out the Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan.
Why are you telling me this?
It wasn't just the jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. It's entropy.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending, or an entirely different world.
She picks up a pair of dice from the table and examines them under the light.
But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer.
Thank you. Precarious world. Seems like the point of this game is victory. The absence of defeat on all fronts. Victory in business ventures and creative undertakings. Victory in love and over other people. Political victory. Ideological victory. Hell, even sexual victory. Definitely a lot of object-based victories too. Having things and not losing them. One problem though. Not a lot of victors in sight. Everyone's mostly losing. Why is that? And how do you not lose? all of my red checks are gonna fail for 4 hours. Fucking do it anyways. We're doing it live. Fuck it, we're doing it live. Yeah, flashlight. Sorry.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner. Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Cypar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North. Finally, coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
Book about different cockatoo species and their behavioral problems. Perhaps they could also offer some insight into your own problematic actions. Spectacular, major, majestic cockatoo eyes you from the cover. Let's talk to Plaisance first.
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may be teachings in them.
Yeah. I talked to the entity you told me about. Her name is Nia, and she's a novelty dice maker.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
Like, what? She's not a sorceress or some malicious entity. She's a businesswoman like you.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
Before you say anything, ask yourself, is the woman really able to withstand the truth? She's squeezing on the pendant too tight, a drop of blood in her palm. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. The uncertainty is killing her.
Source is a taxidermist shop. He became involved in darts, dark and taxidermy, and brought the void spirit down upon this. No. She says there's no curse because there's no. Just. Oh, goddammit. Knowledge from the future is really screwing me over here. Perhaps in my travels I come past a copy of the best.
A third order presence, yes. I've heard of these triactors. In certain occult literature, that's too dark to dwell on for too long, and definitely not in public. I understand everything, sir. Thank you for your descending into the maelstrom. I will keep fort up here, strengthen the wards, do my best. And if you happen upon the third entity in your travels, may the Lord be with you.
Well, this has been absolutely educational. If we happen on the third presence in our travels, we will certainly come back to tell you.
Yes, the venture continues in other waters, darker waters.
Should we get out of here? before the vortex collapses?
The shop around you feels ancient suddenly, damp and saturated by the coastal air. The books are rotting. A great cold lives here, and there, too, 1,200 meters away on the urban coast. The dark shape of a church is reflected on the water, calling.
Calling.
Oh, yes. How's my precious doing? Mind your own business, sir. In our society, people don't get to tell each other how to raise. You must be kidding. There's nothing like good, sir. Indeed.
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
The woman before you.
Up. What the hell am I gonna do? Okay. I could do that. Well, that is something else I can do. What else? Not happening. Oh yeah, I should ask mañana about the armor. Wow. Thank fucking Christ I have a notebook, huh?
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
The Weasley visitor turns out he has one hell of a colonial mug collection.
Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole.
My collection certainly represented antiquated social values.
Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel, but the bossman said he's a real piece of work. Thanks for helping out, friend.
Actually, do you know anything about the Hardy Boys?
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility.
Mañana is a straight line on red and white, but a little bit of shade over there. It is so straight, though.
They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's Eberhard's law. But really, they're just like you.
Who told me you were supposed to know about the armor?
The little boy had it good on his promise.
His promise?
To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me. Pardon the choice of words. Not mine.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days under the sun, you know? So I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, and the cop's in his pocket, and he's the king of Jamrock. Serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. One bad move is all it takes.
So, Cluno used us to, what, scare you?
It's a minor nuisance. It's all good.
He thinks, not yet. Better to get this business out of the way. Sweeter then.
The probe into the armor. What did you learn?
I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part.
What sort of technical stuff?
I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material science, just how it comes off.
How does it come off?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. The boots were still on the guy last I saw. Too hard to remove. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia.
4 pieces of armor up for grabs, then. They already sent the boots away.
I guess you won't be collecting them all then. That's less work for you at least.
Hold up, 4 pieces? Helmet, cuirass, gauntlet, boot. What about the leggings?
Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
I'm gonna find one piece of it. One is enough.
Nice and balanced. Some junior officers can take care of the rest.
Smart choice. It's only that one spot you need armor too. The one the bullet hits.
Wow.
Good luck if you go for those boots though. You'll have an easier time wresting the spurs off a boyadero than getting them off him.
Thank you for cooperation, sir.
No problem. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way.
Good talk. Gotta run. That's impossible. Somewhere. Still a no. Scavly. Oh, I could do that, even though it sounds like a horrible idea. Do that. Related to that. Pants. Gotta wait for that. Gotta read on that. Gotta wait for that. Kuno lied. 20 real. Yeah, clothes in the trash. Ask more people about tattoos. Calling. Where? Secret passage. Karaoke. And murder weapon. Alright. Julio. Let's show a very angry man a photo.
Went native on the chief, huh? Those ballerina antics were reckless. Should have just punched him in the throat again.
Okay, shut up.
Wrong. You did the right thing with Measurehead. The ballerina antics won you the fight.
Let's talk about our right to work.
I think you may be able to help me decipher some tattoos.
Don't think so.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea.
Yeah. We're in best the body of the man who was hiding behind the cafeteria.
Silence. He takes the photo. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving. Hard as a stone, but beneath it.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Can you tell me what the tattoo means?
What it means?
He points to one tiny star in the web of lines, away from the man's heart, almost on his stomach.
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
Yes.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission. He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kept villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
Lips his lips, as if drunk suddenly. So we are just taking out all pretense. You are definitely the guy.
With some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
Don't interrupt.
Our boy. He's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon.
His voice gets strangely quiet. A long, long way from right to work. His gaze pierces the paper.
At dawn, he comes upon two kips, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding.
Again, racist speech for making out.
We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know, but not too old. She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason, the kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God, Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Said primitive spirits were watching over him now. Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
Something stirs in your stomach. There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless, odorless. It's...
You were there.
No, I was somewhere else. That's just a guess as to what this one little star on his belly might mean. I'm just a bouncer.
Can I have it back?
Go ahead. All right now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
Oh boy, okay. Alright, that's what the type of people we're dealing with. Julio! Fuck me, okay. Lorries probably stored fuel here. Now, they store booze.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old machine. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What kind of stickers and insignia?
The driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels. A large metal pendant hangs from the rear view mirror. The pendant features a sun crowned with wavy rays.
Racist lorry driver. Or the person that was talking to the racist lorry driver.
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains.
That is such a weird-looking lorry.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
Think this lorry belongs to our tough guy?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
There he is, in front of Rita, smoking nervously, hoping it's over. He was acting tough before. This definitely scared him a little, you being here.
Yay! Oh, hold on. Damn. 3 smokes? What the fuck? Who leaves a pack of solid smokes out in nowhere? The bench? What's up with the bench?
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
Oh man. Tire tracks leading onto the roof. The slush and rain has almost washed them off. Scribbled between the thighs of a page 3 girl. L'origine du disco, baby.
All the old boomboxes are there. A typical Martinez streetlight sits among. You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back.
Win her back?
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine.
The knight on horseback.
Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks, the kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Who are they?
Franco-Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
A long, long time ago.
The blue uniforms.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Now, this looks like Rene, the old guy who was playing petanque.
This is what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
Are these royalist soldiers?
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
Figures
This
in rags,
set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
Are these even soldiers?
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
Impossible to win against the... Oh, I don't want to say this, but fucking whatever.
Okay. I don't like either set too much, to be honest.
Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
What is this?
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Who?
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head. 50 cents. Bargain priced. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
Of course? Shit looks awesome.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
Thank you. What else? I want to sell some postcards.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Boombox I bought, it should play this tape, right?
Of course. It's in working order still, isn't it? Just pick your tape and set it spinning. It all starts with the tape. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
You know anything about the recent hanging?
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business. Bad for everyone.
No one likes to see what you have to see every day.
Yeah, that's all I got.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
I have some things to sell.
Sure. Let me have a look.
Let me check my pockets.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
that's about it.
Another time, perhaps.
Thank you, bye. Hot air rises up from the sewer. Sour, acidic, and strangely comforting.
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guaranteed. You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes, keep saving that economy.
God, no, it's too
You
expensive.
find the box smell.
Economical, but also...
Oh, I guess that's it. I can't tempt myself. I need to pay off the 20 real. And wow, it's very bright in here now.
Can I help you?
About my bill.
Got the 20 real?
Yeah.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Yeah, I know, shut up.
How could anyone forget, asshole?
Another thing. Great. I love those.
So the phone line is dead.
Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
Is it true that there was foul play?
Who told you that?
I would never disclose my sources. That would be dishonorable.
Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know so I can forward them the repair bill. Yes?
Right, oh god. How much? Just in case. Spatter of bullet holes line the wall. Chairs and table eaten by rain and rot. Another splattering of bullet holes in this wall. Detection notices and missing pets are plastered on top of each other. Boxes filled with cleaning chemicals. Smells of laundry detergent. Shower curtains are covered in some sort of slime. That's mold. Glossy erotica covers the wall, wrinkled from mold. Ugh. 5-pointed star on the wall. Flamboyant poster of White Star, real lithography. Photos of revolutionary posing with guns. Looks a critical theory on the monstrosities of capital and such. Hear distant traffic. Night is falling on the city. Maroon glow of light pollution rises from the east. Breaker boxes full of cigarette butts and electric wires. Someone's growing rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. Apartment 8, mailboxes overflowing. A firing squad for the Ridge. Foreclosed by Martinez Realty Associates.
Give me a moment.
I'm looking for Martin Martinet.
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry.
What do you mean? I wasn't joking.
Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from Martinez, like Jim Jamrock or Raoul Ravachol.
Oops. You really didn't get the joke there.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
How about a young male in his mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, smoker on the balcony? Know where he lives?
Yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble, just... He's wanted for murder. I just wanted to talk to me. Do you know where he lives?
Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Thank you very much. Wrong balcony. All the other way on the other balcony. At least it's a short trip.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
What do you mean?
The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right? He might know something about the murder. So tomorrow 9 p.m.?
Suddenly, he's a little worried about your memory.
Sure. Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him.
I was thinking more on today, but yeah, sure, why not?
Remember, tomorrow, He's probably gone for today.
There.
Apricot chewing gum scented one. August 2nd, early late summer. You're getting off the streetcar in Le Jardin, east of the river. Her father and mother are middle class. The nylon of her little jacket rustles next to you, in the dark, like autumn leaves. Her heels click on the pavement. You're walking up to the gate in front of her parents' house. She takes out her chewing gum and you kiss her. A feeling like electricity flows through your whole body. Immediately, you know that you've entered a completely different world.
Trail lingers everywhere. It's not a bad bonus. Boy, is it a painful one. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, what else? Take some time. Need 15 real. No, 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 no. What's up with this one? Interfacing? Is it about stealing a map? I don't need to steal one. Reaction speed, consensualización, authority, need to do that one. Perception, volition, like that one. Let's try the one with Kim. And if that fails, upgrade my logic somehow.
Yes?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57.
Yeah, that makes more sense than the other stuff I thought of.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
Kim, what if my precinct sent me in on this because I'm a fuck-up? Like, as a joke?
I've considered it.
So it's true.
It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
Why is that?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
So you are their finest.
I am the finest of nothing.
Do you really see me as a safe bet?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
Thank you, Kim.
What about me?
You're wearing Revolutionary Air Brigade jacket, aren't you?
What? This? It's just seasonal clothing.
And those look like airman pants. Good for storing tools in.
Where is this going?
You see, Kim, I have this place in my head where I develop new ideas and connections.
Interesting. I think it's called a brain.
Yes, a brain.
Okay. And something happened in that brain?
Yes. My brain suspects that you have some kind of thing with the Revolutionary Air Brigades.
I do not have a thing with Revolutionary Air Brigades in particular.
Just air brigades, then.
Okay, I wanted to become an aerostatic pilot. Then I turned 10 and realized we no longer have an air force.
Sure the revolutionary has nothing to do with this?
Absolutely nothing.
Thank you. My mind is satisfied.
Good. Good. Let's change the subject. What do you want to know? Good.
I still don't know what the fuck to do now. Logic. Get better at logic. Or just... Fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. Just start reading on the... Cockatoo-a-doodle.
A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest, found on the Seminine Islands and in southern Fas a la Mer. Known for their intelligence and general precociousness, cockatoos are popular birds in aviculture. However, they often exhibit various behavioral issues.
Okay, what more?
This book talks about the delicate nature of toos, as well as introducing some of the most popular species among the bird enthusiasts. The funeral cockatoo, the major majestic cockatoo, and the most common bang-bang cockatoo. It's colorfully illustrated.
Alright, what problems do these birds have?
Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk, and have been described as lovable clowns who just don't know how to wrap up.
I could handle that. Be nice to have someone to talk to when feeling lonely.
Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility as recurring issues. If left unsatisfied, cockatoos may scream non-stop, pluck their feathers, or become aggressive.
Yeah, right, that's pretty bad. Anything else?
It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand that you have a life of your own.
Yes, but there has to be something great about cockatoos as well.
You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform, cuddle and show off, and will even scream for fun, often as loud as up to 135 decibels. Ouch. That must hurt.
Alright, what about the funeral cockatoo?
This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus venereus, relates to its dark and somber plumage. This bird looks as if dressed for a funeral, 24/7. There is something indisputably ominous about it. Ooh.
Yeah. The major majestic cockatoo.
Perhaps the most impressive of all the species, the endangered major majestic cockatoo, is often described as the most flamboyant bird in the jungle. Its pink-colored wings and flowing crest embellishing its proud and bumptious nature. In the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big, bold, and beautiful species. It must be glorious to behold, dark pink and snow white. Despite its banging name, the bang-bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species, common in almost all Seminoles forests, as well as zoos and homes all over the world. Its plumage is mainly grey and white. The Seminoles name, bang-bang, is thought to be of onomatopoeic origins. The bang is for all the scary things in the world that may happen at any time.
Honestly, this bird sounds a bit like me.
Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you?
But what if I'm a fuck-up-a-two? A fuck-up and a cockatoo?
You're right. You're a fuckatoo embodied. This sorry-ass bird belongs on your heraldry. It probably doesn't even have feathers and only screams.
Wow! I found my heraldic bird! but I'm still sociable and lovable. What else? How many do I have? Whoop, hold on.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type.
They're copper types?
Yes. Guess what's yours?
Kinda hoping for Superstar Cop.
That is only a ludicrous daydream. Guess again. You're the...
Cool Cop?
No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we?
Won't the other copper types be jealous?
What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry.
You know, actually, they should be sorry.
Yes, yes. Impotent rage and lamentation. Let's wrap it up?
I'm actually not sorry. I changed my mind.
No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance.
Fucking... No. Screw you. No.
Wow. Okay. Fuck off. Maybe we were wrong about you then. Check out the big balls on fire, cop.
Yeah, I don't want to be a sorry, sad sack of shit. I mean, I am kind of a sorry, sad sack of shit, sure, but, like... It's not a forever issue. Probably. Hopefully. There is something down there. Okay, hold on. Put this off. Put this on. Can I smoke one, please? Okay. Is fine. Logic. Thank you. Please let me read my fucking ledger.
It's the ledger you've... Oh, and an incredibly cool piece of kitchen tissue stuck to the back. Yes, at last. You find a way to piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. HDB 41. Date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the Next World Mural.
Wait, HDB 41, weren't those Officer Precinct?
Why, yes, your precinct number is 41.
And HDB?
Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials.
I think what you meant to say was RAC, Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau.
No, the alphanumeric begins with HDB.
Good. How long does it take to read one of these Raphael stamped cases?
Fine. It takes about half an hour for you to piece one together, Mr. Raphael. Which one do you want?
Well, you did start with the Next World mural, so...
This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class." People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the Next World mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
Did I ever find out who came up with it?
The case files do not show you finding the author of the design.
Damn.
The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between 2 options.
Keep the mural.
A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us.
All that remains to wreak havoc on the middle class.
In any case, it appears to have been a rare case of civil activity in the quarter, and agreement as well. What do you want to tackle next?
We can revisit this later.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse, handwritten logs on dozens of investigations. You don't exactly close them.
Well, what now? Ah, shit, how am I gonna... Oh, wow. Ah! Yeah. Oh, authority -1, so there is a way to get your authority or certain things to a negative level. Neat. Oh. Neato. Tornatino. Tormalino? Terramorfino. Yep.
The door is closed. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. somewhere inside, a tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you.
Just don't be a creep.
The door is closed.
Bye. Thank you. See you in the morning.
The window stands broken in its frame. You see some lights shimmer. The fan is spinning.
Well, time to get drunk. And my physique is increased to 8, and it's gonna remain up to 8. Just need to wait an hour, and then I chug it up again.
The note is written with a...
No, not that. Let's just read. Read more cases.
It's the ledger you found. Oh, and an incredibly thin, see-through copy of paper. The rest of the stinking safe, it takes about half an hour to... AKA Leslie and Burke. AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable. You were so drunk you didn't remember what it was when you signed on. That, or you were high. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration. The only way for Leslie to stop displaying his genitals and for Burke to stop attacking things would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability.
Don't we just keep them off the streets?
You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition, because that's where the action is. Can you keep yourself off the streets?
Fair.
Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
Which one's Leslie? Public indecency.
Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day, when Burke takes a swing at your ledger. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face. Then you proceed to beat him unconscious with it. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke. Kill them. They broke it. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore. Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved. Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Does that sound like a Raphael something Costo to you, sir?
Fucking key. Yeah. Let's just accept it.
Fine then. You've earned it.
Thank you. Detective Cousteau. Detective Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. When you say it, it feels like you're taking a bite of lemon meringue while sitting on the terrace of a seaside cafe on a cool summer day in Sur-la-Clé. It's everything you're not. You haven't created many things during your stay in Martinez, but you've created this. A fancy, sophisticated name that makes you sound intelligent. And that no one seems to acknowledge. Don't you feel like you deserve a reward for coming up with something so special? And what would that reward be? Less conceptualization, because it's such an idiotic idea. A part of you still thinks it's a fucking idiotic idea. Square bullet hole murders.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape.
But...
That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead. Toxicology showed the entry wound was laced with an incredibly potent psychoactive substance called HUV4 nil. No street name.
Sequence killer?
Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next?
Damn.
Don't worry. One day.
Monday. Just keep on building it up. The couch in an unexpected location. Wait, hold on. Is the thingy going? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yippity-doo-dah, yippity-day.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
They look really cool, like a rock band.
Yes, as you've said here, insufferable rock and roll assholes. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it was. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved.
Did I ever catch those guys?
No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next?
Murder at the hookah parlor.
Murder. Tum at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor.
Wait, how?
Beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor.
Right, on with the murder.
Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister, was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had.
Was Joseph Mills a good cop?
No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey.
Ugh.
Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about.
Go on.
Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day.
Can you get high off it?
No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything.
Really stupid.
Yeah, so anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there, only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be? Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Tables low, heavy, really sharp edge.
He sucked hookah, stood up, passed out, hit his head on the table, and died?
See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom.
What was he doing there for 6 hours?
Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed piecing it together. Next.
That was all of them. Thank you, Ledger.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile.
Oh, that was fun.
The precarious world. How not to lose. It is impossible not to. The world is balanced on the edge of a knife. It's a game of frayed nerves. You're pushed on by numbers and punitive measures, pain, rejection, and unpaid bills. You can either play or you can crawl under a boat and waste away, turn into salt or a flock of seagulls. Your enemies would love that. Or you can fight. The only way to load the dice is to keep on fighting.
Critical success and failure thresholds lowered by 1. Snake eyes happen twice as often, but great success happen twice as often. Is that even a good thing? It's a good thing if you're like real low on the stats needed, yes. Oh wow, the tactic is so close to finishing it. Well, while I'm here, why not finish reading material?
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
Why antlers?
Because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism. They represent a society in accord with the natural world and, at the same time, above it. A shameful way to treat a former king. Even one as underwhelming as Friesel.
Shut up. Why Friesel?
Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see.
Flip through pages, see what catches your eye.
To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections. International developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note.
Editor's note.
Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel. La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers. Only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their readership. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Let's catch up on international developments.
This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Whoa. Bear wrestling. Flip back to that.
Alright, see what this bear wrestling is all about.
It seems to be part of a new public fitness initiative in the People's Republic of Samara, SRV, devised and promoted by none other than President Kanajinsky himself. According to this extremely credulous account, Uncle Sport, as he's affectionately known to his people, has recently decreed bear wrestling the national sport of the SRV.
Okay, tell me more about this Uncle Sport.
Based on the description in this article, he appears to be an extremely competent and democratically elected president.
Alright, get to the bear wrestling.
It's quite straightforward. A standard match features one man, or in some cases woman, against one bear. 2 competitors, 1 ring, 5 rounds, or until incapacitation. According to the SRV's Ministry of Information, the program has been a tremendous success. Public support stands at 87%, and youth obesity and alcoholism rates are down 12% and 7% respectively.
I have a little plastic capsule. I'm opening and closing it. Used primarily to store camera reels. They're cute. They're small. They can fit anything small enough.
This is the SRV we're talking about. If you think those are the real numbers, there's probably a guy who wants to sell you a bridge in La Chette.
Yeah, I'm not sure I trust these numbers.
What are you, a statistician? Did the moral intern send you on a fact-finding mission? This is the SRV party line, comrade.
Alright, good to catch up on the foreign affairs.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture. Why they decided to title this one section in Volda is beyond you. It evokes a sense of recognition and fellowship among those privileged enough to understand.
Okay, that's interesting out of you, Spread the Core.
As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective.
CS.
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer.
Sandy Skull. Tip Top Tournée, what's that?
The actual article is surprisingly light on details, but after skimming a page or two, you gather that it has something to do with motor carriage racing.
Alright, what's these comments have to say about Tip Top?
You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colourful drivers. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée.
Hey, what's wrong with Tip Top?
Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes.
Hang on, who wrote this stuff?
Oddly enough, this article has 2 bylines: Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka.
What's so bad about sponsorships?
Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity. Thus, the so-called tournée becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a Fritta.
Right, but then you get to see them crash.
And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for.
I'm pretty sure I like it for the racing.
Sure, you think that, but subconsciously, it's the visions of brand names being engulfed in flames that you crave. This flimsy magazine is right. Deep down, you know the only true stakes are life and glory, or death by fiery dismemberment.
I guess I never thought about it that much.
That's because you haven't been reading critically. But don't worry. The whole point of these sorts of articles is to let someone else read critically for you.
Yes, that is definitely a good idea.
You flip back to the front of the magazine.
Local concerns.
The table of unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike.
Oh, so this thing is kind of recent then.
You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Cape Side apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Professional labor, capital release, some reasonable accommodation. Sure, whatever, you fucking... Ugh.
According to these editorials, there can be no accommodation with the forces of international capital or their mucilaginous allies in the coalition. You flip back to the front of the magazine.
And that's it.
Detective Cousteau. Monsieur Cousteau, the reward for coming up with your classy new name has arrived. What are the attributes Detective Cousteau should gain in? Obviously, savoir-faire and esprit de corps. You know exactly what they do and what those words mean. They're refined, like you. You have a ton of that fancy stuff. And if the world can't accept Raphael Ambrosius is your name, you will always be Detective Cousteau to yourself. R.A. Cousteau, sophisticated culture detective, specializes in ancient things and art.
Savoir-faire. This one sounds fancy. Let's have this. And prix de coupe. Yup, fancy. Have this one too. It's just straight up bonuses, baby. How can you say no to that? Quick save and then save again because why the fuck not, you know? Just in case. And also, wow, 6 hours 51 minutes. That's time. That's a number. Oh boy. Still not done with the second day. Oh boy. Oh boy. God, it's 1:11 in the fucking morning. Jesus. Okay, yeah, no, ending it. Ending it now. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. Thank you for talking. As always, it's a pleasure. Hope you have a good rest of your evening. Meals, rest, dessert, stuff. Oh, God, acid reflux just hit me. I'm gonna go now. Thank you. Good night, and goodbye. Meow meow.